are live, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, people who are watching. If there's any people watching, this is our new, I guess you could say, quasi reboot title, name of the show, The Movie Busters.
That's right.
Episode 9.
Yep.
The DCEU.
We bust movies.
DCEU. We're gonna talk about DCEU, not the entire DC history. We're not into that. We're not talking about the Burton films and the Schumacher films and the Christopher Reeve Superman movies and the Nolan trilogy. We're just talking about from Man of Steel all the way to Shazam.
Yep.
No, I'm sorry, we're not gonna talk about Green Lantern. Sorry. Or Ang Lee's Hulk. It's not part of the DCEU. Okay, but how's everybody doing? Introduce yourselves for new watchers.
I am Horror Fan 34. I'm also known as Thomas, and as you can see on my StreamYard name, I'm known as Lex Zuckerberg's #1 fanboy. But we'll get to that when we get to BBS.
Yes. All right. What about you, cousins?
Rob and Dan, we are promoting Release the Snyder Cut because they're taking their damn time, and I wish they would do it. So get on that, please.
Well, spoiler alert, don't hold your breath.
Well, they better. What an asshole.
And of course, I'm Alex 2.0, aka tonight I'll be the Snyder hater. Quotations. Because, if you don't like a director's movies, you're automatically a hater nowadays. So I'll own that title for tonight. So good. It's all good fun. It's all good fun. What'd you say?
You're a woman hater.
Apparently.
You must think that after I did my
Ghostbusters.
People probably think that about me.
You're a woman hater.
So, of course, the first movie. Let's get on with the show. The first movie in the DCEU is Man of Steel.
Right there.
I don't have the Blu-ray DVD because I'm a Snyder hater. I can't have a Snyder movie.
Now all my Blu-rays and DVDs are in my room in the closet, so I don't have anything to show.
But who wants to start Man of Steel? The movie was released in 2013.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, directed by Zack Snyder.
I'll go first, if that's all right.
Yeah, fine. It makes sense to me. You go first.
Hear that in the background? That's my dog barking.
Okay.
In case you hear barking, that's my dog.
It's not you?
So Dan, you said you were going to go first about Man of Steel. You go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. So I remember seeing this in the theater and thinking, wow, this is different in a good way. I felt that I liked that it wasn't the typical Superman movie that we've already seen. The Christopher Reeves, the 4 films he did. I felt like it was almost a little overwhelming, the amount of action in the film, and I loved it. But I just remember just being like, wow, like another action scene. But again, this is the start of the. I think at the time, this Warner Brothers didn't know that this was going to be like the beginning of a universe for them. But I guess let's talk about the film. The whole beginning sequence is probably close to 15-20 minutes maybe, and it takes place on Krypton. I mean, I thought that was so unique for him to be like, all right, we're going to tell a backstory here about the Kryptonians. So right there, that was a different jump off point right away. But what the tone of the film, that I really liked it, and I really embraced the fact that they were trying to make the film in a realistic manner, like as if, okay, this is how it would go down in real life. This is how the situations would be. Like right away, people wouldn't just be like, oh, okay, like, Superman, like, oh yeah, he's just gonna do all this great things. Like, people would be totally afraid of this guy. They'd be like, what the hell? This guy could kill us right away. And so, of course, the military gets involved. You get some really good backstory as far as when he was a kid in flashbacks, dealing with like real life situations, and the fact that when he saves the kids on the bus, his dad even was like, oh, maybe you shouldn't even have done that, because this world is not ready for you. I loved all of that. I thought, how do you pronounce it? Is it Henry Cavill? Is that how you say it?
I think it's Cavill. I think that's what they say.
Do you guys know?
Yeah, I think it's Henry Cavill.
Is Cavill or Cavill? He's English.
Cavill.
I thought I love him as Superman, honestly. I thought he did a great job. I mean, he's got the body for it. Michael Shannon was great as Zod.
I will find him!
Yeah, he was good.
I will find him!
Yeah, Amy Adams, Lois Lane, that was good too. I didn't have a problem like a lot of people did with the amount of carnage in the movie. I mean, again, I feel like realistically that's what would happen. And there were a lot of people that were like, well, Superman, he would make sure, he would take the fight away from the city. It's like, it's not like you have a choice half the time. And if you rewatch that last scene of him versus Zod does 95% of the collateral damage. The only time Superman actually goes out of his way to cause possible harm is when he's got Zod against the building and he's kind of taking him up the side of it, kind of like scraping him up against the side. But other than that, he wasn't doing anything like destroying buildings or anything. That was all Zod. So that I had a problem with people, talking about how Superman wasn't portrayed correctly in this film. Like, oh, he was like gloomy and everything. And I disagreed completely with that because I feel like people judge things only on what they've seen in the film. Like, they've never read a comic book. Like, there are plenty of times in the comic
Superman went nuts in the comic.
Yeah,
he's done so many things.
Yeah, he fights inner demons just like, anybody else. He's not human, but he has emotions. So, I didn't have a problem with that. I did not have a problem with the fact that he broke Zod's neck. I mean, in that situation, he either had to do that or he was going to kill those people. So I think that was fine too. But overall, I'm probably missing some things. I don't want to talk the whole time, but I really liked this film, and I liked it even more the longer the multiple viewings. I liked it even more after I had watched it more times. I guess if I had to say one complaint about the movie, it would be, and it's kind of minor, but it's not, the color tone. If you watch the movie, the colors are toned way down, and it almost seems dreary in a sense. That was the only problem I had. But see, here's the thing. I think Zach fixed it in Batman v Superman, but we'll talk about that when we get to that. But overall, I love the film. It's one of my favorites.
Okay.
Who wants to go next?
Should let Rob go next.
Yeah, Rob go next.
He pretty much covered everything out. Well, yeah. Like, this is my favorite DC film. This is my favorite one. And I probably wouldn't have said that. I'm actually one of those people who, well, I actually enjoyed the movie when I first saw it, but then it was just kind of on the lower end of the list, I guess. But then, I actually revisit it and stuff. And I don't know. I just think this movie's awesome. A great cast. Diane Lane, Kevin Costner did a good job.
Oh, yeah, yep.
And you know what I like too is they didn't spend too much time on his backstory as a little kid on the farm,
right? And
growing up. They did flashbacks, but I think it's the perfect way to do it instead of doing just a story like that of him growing up and then. So they concentrated more on him as a grown up. I thought the effects were cool, the flight simulation and stuff that he was doing. And I remember people complaining during the third act that there was too much action. And it's like, you really can't win with that because it's like it's either not enough action or it's too much action. So it's just like, I didn't understand that argument. I'm just kind of like this. I'm like, if you watch the Christopher Reeves movies, there's hardly any action in those. I mean, even Superman 2, when he fights Zod, there's some, but there's not much. I just don't understand that argument. But
yeah, just to add to something real quick, the fact is they were showing us something completely new in that third act where, like, that's how it would be, like two superpowered beings.
How would it be in the city if one guy was running carnage and the other guy was trying to stop him, and he wouldn't leave the city or nothing? But how would you stop a guy like that? Like, how would you technically do it?
That's exactly, I feel like, how it would go down.
And some people were even like, well, Superman wasn't saving people. There was times he was trying to save people when he was, remember Zod's gang too?
Oh,
he's fighting his, getting beat up by his gang.
in Smallville.
Yeah. So there was times where he was doing that. But, I mean, all in all, I thought that was really good. And then the kind of like the love story between Lois and him, I thought that was handled fine. I had no problem with that. Overall, I just thought it was a decent flick. I think it's one of the better portrayals of Superman. You know, my favorite will always be Christopher Reeves, Superman 1 and 2. I love those movies. But
really good ones.
As far as the DC movies now, the DCEU, like Man of Steel is my favorite. So
you're saying that's your favorite of the entire?
That is my favorite. That is my favorite of the DCU. Yep.
Oh, okay. It's an interesting choice. It's a pretty good choice too.
Yeah.
And also, I wanted to get another point to what you were mentioning earlier is like when you say like when people complain about like, oh, like, you know, there's barely any action or there's way too much action, or sometimes they would say, well, it could have used more action.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But then like when they add more action, then people will say, well, there's too much action. I'm like, well, what kind of balance do you want?
Yeah, you can't win. It's just it's all subjective to, you know, what you're watching. Do you want more action? Do you want less action? Or are you right in the middle? I don't know. It's just
yeah.
I gotta mention it real quick. That Smallville scene, that was like kind of the first big action scene in the film, and I remember in the theater being like, "Holy crap!" Like when he's like throwing him into the train and it's exploding. Like I thought that was amazing. I just remember being like, "Holy crap!" in the theater, like because we had not seen anything like that before.
And what's her name? Fiora.
Yeah.
When she's fighting him, and then the big ones fight Superman, and he's trying to fly away, and he grabs him, and he's like, "No, you're not going nowhere." Like that kind of stuff was just awesome.
Yeah.
How he was dealing with it.
The action scenes were great.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's what I have to say. It's really good. So.
All right. Thomas, you want to go next?
Yeah, I'll go next. Well, pretty much Dan and Rob pretty much summed up everything, but I'll get into my thoughts real quick about the movie. I remember when Man of Steel came out. I actually went to go see it in the theater. I was lucky to see enough to see it in theaters. I didn't really know what to expect going into it because the only really Supermans that I really know of were, you know, Christopher Reeves Supermans, and of course I remember, you know, Superman Returns, and we haven't had a Superman movie ever since the Brandon Routh Superman Returns. So I was kind of excited. I'm like, oh, new Superman movie and things like that. And never really knew it was going to be such a big part of this extended universe that we know of nowadays, because it was really one of those movies that was kind of a sleeper movie where you didn't really expect much to come out of it. You know, didn't really expect it to be much of a part of a universe, but I actually went to go see it in theaters and enjoyed the movie back when I first saw it in the theaters, and I bought it on Blu-ray. I got it for Blu-ray actually that holiday during the Christmas season, and watched it again. I actually got the Blu-ray Digibook actually for Christmas, and rewatched it again, enjoyed it once again on Blu-ray, and then didn't really see it until maybe a few years later, then saw it again. And then it wasn't until recently before this live stream and wanted to rewatch the DCEU again to see how much it held up after a couple years. And have to say it really holds up really, really well still. I wouldn't say it's my favorite DCEU movie. That'd be BVS, the extended cut, but we'll get to that next when we get to that. But yeah, but really do enjoy the film. I mean, the cast works really, really well. Henry Cavill is a really good Superman, but I still think Christopher Reeves is the better Superman. That's just me, though. I think Christopher Reeve just has that charm and magic, but Henry Cavill does it very, very well. Really serviceable Superman, does it pretty good. Amy Adams' Lois Lane did a fine job. I really like Amy Adams as an actress in general. She was really good. It was really cool. Michael Shannon is a great choice. Really enjoyed Michael Shannon. Like I say, you know, Kevin Costner, Diane Lane. Of course, you know, you guys forgot Lawrence Fishburne as Perry White.
Oh yeah.
I wonder why they forgot.
A bullet. You shoot people with it.
Yeah, but it was just cool to see like this cast together, and I think Zack Snyder did a solid job directing the movie. I know Zack Snyder before this did like Watchmen and Dawn of the Dead and things like that, but I guess this is his really like first like big budgeted like movie wise, because and I think he did a solid job directing the movie. The action scenes were really, really well done. You know, like I said, like with Dan and Rob, I didn't really have a problem with the carnage because, you know, Zod really caused more of that carnage than Superman did. And I didn't mind the fact that he broke Zod's neck because I think he was in the right because those people would have been killed by Zod. And I like the fact too that this Superman movie was way more different than the other Superman movies. This was more of a darker Superman than compared to like the Christopher Reeve Supermans that were kind of more all rainbows and smiles, and you know Christopher Reeve just like had that charm and magic. While this one is more of a more serious Superman, more of a darker tone Superman, with definitely more, you know, Zod's definitely a very ruthless person in this movie. And I didn't mind the fact that they went for a different direction. I like the fact that they went for a darker route, and I think that's what makes this movie work. Granted, I really love the first two Christopher Reeve Supermans, but I love those movies and this movie for different reasons. I like the fact that this film was a darker tone. Cast works really, really well. I like the musical score by Hans Zimmer.
Good mention. Good mention.
Yes, I was going to say that because a lot of people also, really quick, not to cut you off, but a lot of people were upset too because they weren't using the John Williams Superman score.
No,
and I'm like, that wouldn't fit.
It does not fit. I totally agree with Thomas.
Because it's a reboot, so why would they use the same music?
Well, because of what they. My example is not there yet, but I'm saying like what they do.
Like the original scores when we get to Justice League, we'll get to that.
If you watch some of the ranting videos of Man of Steel, a lot of them will say, "Why didn't they use the Superman?" I even think James Rolfe said that. So,
yeah. I might get into that. I mean, unless Thomas wants to say more.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that real quick.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
But but overall, really good, solid score by Hans Zimmer. Really solid cast. I like Henry Cavill, Amy Adams, Michael Shannon, Kevin Costner, Diane Lane, Lawrence Fishburne. Really liked Zack Snyder's direction. Action scenes were really, really well done. Very solid direction, like I said before. Darker tone, which I didn't mind. I thought the ending fight was really, really good between him and Zod. Really set up really well for BVS. I like the way they tied that into BVS, but we'll get to that when we get to BVS. But overall, I think it's a really solid installment of the DCEU. I probably wouldn't say it's my favorite though. That'd be BVS, but we'll get to that. But if I had to rank it like out of all the DCEU movies,
we'll rank them later.
We'll rank them later.
At the end of the show, we'll rank them. Okay.
I was just gonna say like what place this would fall under, but
not yet. Hold on.
Yeah, because I was curious if we were gonna rank them at the end.
Yeah, we are. We're gonna rank them at the end. Yeah.
Rob said that this was his favorite DCEU. I probably thought I would rank mine. Like,
well, I said that just because it is my favorite.
Okay. But overall, Man of Steel, really solid flick. I really do love the movie, so really enjoyable flick.
Cool.
Okay, here we go, Alex.
Okay, let's get interesting now. This is what you guys have been waiting for, right? Okay, since you guys mentioned how you felt about it when you first saw it, 2013. Actually, you know what? Before I saw it for the first time, my expectations were kind of just like in the middle. I was like, I didn't expect it to either love it or hate it, and I just like, okay, it might be okay, you know. First time I saw it, I hated it completely. Like I was legit like angry, you know.
Wow.
And then like I saw it again, like after it came out on Blu-ray, I still felt the same way. And then I didn't see it again until recently, last month. And I will say, I don't hate it like I did back in 2013, but I still don't like it. I still have a lot of issues with it.
All right, Snyder hater, what is it?
Because there's not much I like about it other than some things. Like I do like, you guys mentioned already, the score. Hans Zimmer's score is really good. And I think the reason why people were mad that they used the John Williams score because they're so used to the John Williams score. They used that for every Superman adaptation from since Christopher Reeves all the way to Smallville, right? The show. They used that in that show. So and in Superman Returns. And they expected they're gonna keep using. No, it's a reboot. It's a new thing. So why would they use the old score? It makes no sense. I don't know why people expected that. Plus, it wouldn't even fit.
I mean, that's a dumb thing.
Darker.
The tone of the movie wouldn't fit John Williams' score. It makes no sense.
Wouldn't.
So that complaint I don't even understand. Because the score, Hans Zimmer's score is good. I like that. It's actually one of the best superhero scores in my opinion. Despite what I think about the movie. A few of the performances I liked. I like Kevin Costner. I like Diane Lane. Lawrence Fishburne was fine. Michael Shannon, he was over the top, but he was kind of entertaining in that over the top way. But other than that, I didn't care about the characters. That's one thing. I just didn't care. I didn't feel like I wasn't emotionally invested with Kal-El as a character or with Lois Lane.
Hold on, Alex. So you mentioned all those actors, but you didn't say anything about Henry. How do you feel about him?
I didn't care. I didn't think he did a good job. I will say though, the time when he's being serious or moody, I don't think he does a good job. But when he's the little glimpse you see him smiling and kind of being happy, he's actually fine. So I think I just think he was wrong to portray a serious Superman. I think he would have fit better if he played a more Christopher Reeve like Superman, because when he's when he's first flying, testing his abilities, and he has the smile on his face, that's a good little moment for him. I thought okay, cool. I'm gonna get when I first saw it, oh good, he's I'm gonna like this guy now. But no, he goes back to being a little too serious. I don't know. I didn't think he did a good job.
Christopher Reeves, but you got to admit though, I love his performance, but Christopher Reeves was sort of wooden.
I don't agree at all. I don't know what you're wooden.
But Christopher Reeves was always always calm about things all the time.
Well, my opinion,
he was assured of himself.
Well, Alex,
it's a different take as well.
No, right. Yeah, but
you, what I'm getting, you're saying you don't you feel like he's too down or
I don't think Cavill portrays a Superman that's down very well.
But I don't think if you took Christopher Reeves and put him in the situation that was made for Man of Steel, which is a more serious, realistic tone, Christopher Reeves couldn't act like he did in.
Well, I disagree because he kind of did in scenes in Superman 2 when he lost his power and he was.
Well, in Superman, he was mad too.
Yeah, and he still did an okay job.
But I mean, in the Superman films, you never get a sense of loneliness from him. He's never oh man, I'm the only one of my kind. You don't ever feel like he's an alien. Everyone's against him. He's never you don't feel like he's an alien, which he is. I feel
you did in the scenes early. I don't want to compare too much on the Ultraman movies, but. And the scenes in the original Superman when he's a teenager, he does feel lonely because he doesn't fit in with the other kids in school. You get that. You also get that too, but it's a different take. And I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it feels more large scale in Man of Steel. When I watched the first Superman, I feel he's being bullied, and I get the sense that.
And he does get bullied in this one too, in Man of Steel.
Right. But in this one, I feel like he's just being bullied because it just doesn't feel so large scale when you're watching Superman. I don't get the sense that he's lonely because he's an alien. I get the sense that he's oh, I'm being bullied and I don't have any friends.
And I actually like the take of Kal-El, feeling that way. When you see the flashbacks when he's not so much when he's bullied, but when he's freaking out because he can't control his powers or he doesn't understand why he has to lay low. That stuff I like. It's just I never felt he grew as a character. And I think that's part of the writing and that's part of Cavill's performance. I don't feel there's a growth with him, really. There was with I guess I don't want to compare with other stuff, but that's just Superman. That's stuff for Superman. The plot of the movie, which you guys haven't really gotten into yet. Same old villain wants land. seen it before, and the difference is it's grander scale now, and there's more action. Which, you know what? Looking back now after seeing it again, I do appreciate like the visuals of the action a lot more than I used to. It is like visually done well. I'll give my enemy Zack Snyder that credit.
Villain superhero film, the villain's gonna try to take over something. That's just what it is.
Because like I mean, when Zod tells Superman his plan about inheriting the Earth to be the new Krypton, Zod, there's a planet called Mars. You can have that. You don't have to kill anybody. It's just there's water there. You guys will be okay. It's just like, come on, man. I didn't
We don't know if that would work. He didn't
even try. I mean, Superman didn't even try telling him like, hey man, just can you not destroy the Earth?
That's a little tricky, Alex.
I didn't like that. And speaking of the collateral damage, yeah, I mean Superman could have easily taken Zod away from there. I mean, there's a point.
Easily?
Yeah, because that happens in the movie.
Well, no, half of the time he was chasing Zod though, and he couldn't.
No, they're literally punching each other and going at it.
Right, but then there's that part where Zod is flying in the city and Superman's trying to chase him down.
Because there are times like where I was watching it again, and I just remember like there are times where they're hitting things, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ, guys! Like, calm the like when he tries to save his mom, which I understand it's justified where he tackles Zod, but dude, don't tackle him into a 7-Eleven where you're gonna hurt people. I know you're trying to protect your mom, but that not only that he just left her alone with the other.
But again, that makes him more human too.
And I want to point this out. It's not like Superman has had military training. That's a perfect example of why in that Smallville fight he kind of got his ass kicked.
He's pretty much a rookie.
Because he's just a guy with powers. So he can't. It's not like he's thinking like how you would think.
Well, again, going back to his point about growing as a person or like growing as Superman, there wasn't enough time in the movie for him to actually work on his powers, get everything straight to where he can help people and like do the right thing. So it's almost like he was kind of a rookie.
Yeah, because he stayed hidden like his whole life, pretty much.
So I get what you're saying about.
Yeah, I just feel like there was interesting ideas in the movie that I even liked, but it's just like the execution was not right and wasn't there. They didn't hit it. Again, David Goyer wrote the movie, so I still blame him on that one.
I still think he grew as a person though when he broke his Zod's neck, because when he broke his neck, like he knows what he's going after now. Like, I'm gonna save the human race. Like
to me, and it's a bigger problem for me in the next movie, and I'll get into that. I think the next movie is gonna be a bigger rant, but this one, you could have fixed a lot if at the end after Zod's dead and everything, Superman just looked around and said, I saved the world, but look at all the damage that was done. From now on, I'm going to make sure this doesn't happen again like this, I got to protect the people better. I know I made mistakes, but, something like that, It's just like, and like at the end, it's like, it looks like the city's fine. He gets the job at Daily Planet. It's, hunky-dory, everything's fine. Like, nothing happened, I was like,
well, he used his powers like in Superman 4, and he rebuilt everything.
Yeah. I mean, I would have accepted that if they actually showed it. And he just did it with his eyes, like,
Well, I guess we don't know. I mean, there could have been like a time gap there. There could have been like, 6 months later, he's
but
now.
They never say.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think you can rebuild that in 6 months. All the damage that was done. It looked like a damn apocalypse.
I mean, let's be realistic though. He was fighting a Kryptonian, equal to him. So it's like if he was fighting someone else, there's obviously going to be so much destruction. He can't stop all that. So I mean, let's be real about it.
And I'll say this: I would rather them do what they did as far as having him keep fighting in the city and having casualties than do what Marvel keeps doing and being like, oh, here comes a big fight. Oh, is everyone out of the area? Oh, they are good. Oh, how convenient.
You have to bring up Marvel. We just talked about Marvel for so long.
There's no possible way, not even super. There's no possible way he can save every single person.
That's true, and I can accept that. But it's just like he doesn't really react to the damage that was done. It's like, yeah, it's like almost.
I don't want him to cry like a bitch.
Well, I'm saying he has to cry, but I'm just saying like,
Alex, you would like that because then he'd be even more moody. He'd be like, "Oh,
have him
Superman, stop being a wimp."
Have him be human because at the end he chose them over his own people, the Kryptonians. So have him react like, "Oh my God, look at the damage I've done to my new people, the Earth. I belong here, but look, you know."
How come the Hulk doesn't ever act like that? He should never Hulk up. Like in Age of Ultron, when Iron Man comes out of the city and caused all that damage, like Bruce Banner should be like, "I never want to be the Hulk again. I killed someone, or I could have killed someone." But he's all like,
Hulk is a completely different character.
What?
So the Hulk is a completely different character.
No, but Bruce Banner, he doesn't like being the Hulk, so he should just be like,
well, no. He's out of his control. You know, he can't. It's like
right, but he shouldn't be an Avenger.
He should have just did it with Black Widow and been done.
No, and then, okay, but like the biggest issue I have with Kal-El as a character at the end of the movie, he says Krypton had his chance. Like, dude, that is cold-blooded.
That was awesome. I love that part.
I don't know. That's
really broke his neck.
Not when he broke his neck. I don't even have an issue with that.
Wait. He didn't say in a minute. He when he says that, I get the sensation that he's like,
"Fuck Krypton."
I'm sorry. Krypton had. That's totally how I read the scene.
I didn't read the scene at all.
Because he paused. It wasn't like he flew in there and was like, Krypton had its chance. Zod's like, wait, and he pauses.
If he would have look, it's just the line. It just sounds bad. I mean, if he would have said, "I gotta save my planet, the Earth," or something like that, that's a little more compassionate.
He has no connection to Krypton either, so why would he be like?
That's a fair point, but it's just like well, his dad showed him the history of Krypton. It's like he wanted to know where he came from, so he feels no sympathy for his own race. Like, damn.
Well, he wouldn't feel the same way.
I don't have empathy for the Native Americans because I wasn't around.
He doesn't feel the same way Zod does. Zod knows all about it.
I know I've been very negative, but I do like. I'm not sure if any of you guys ever noticed this during the action scenes, but they stumble across like a construction site, and there's a sign that says 300-something days without any injuries or something like that, or any accidents, and then Superman hits it and it turns to 0. Have you noticed that?
Comedy.
Yeah. But I think the background, no one notices it. If you blink, you miss it. I thought that was funny. But like, but that whole fight scene, I think Zod ruins it for just he talks way too much. I know it's nitpicky, but
Shannon.
But like
he was great in 8 Mile.
I remember at a point when I first was watching it, when they go to the construction site and he starts talking again, I'm like, dude, shut up and just get over with it.
That's I feel like you're being nitpicky on this movie.
I know it sounds like it, but
wait a minute. The things that you bring up happen all the time in other movies too. Like villains monologue all the time.
But I just felt like he did it so much.
Mark.
I mean, I would have been fine if his final monologue was when he says, "You killed my people, and now I have no people," and then they start fighting like for real, and then that's it. You don't need any more monologues. He's just saying the same thing again and again. He's just repeating himself. That's what I felt. I mean, you're not saying anything new. I mean,
maybe he has Alzheimer's and he forgets he says it. I mean, I don't know.
And Lois Lane teleports in this movie. Again, I know that sounds nitpicky, but
now here's the thing, though. When
they go into space, they fight a little bit, they get the Bruce Wayne satellite, the Wayne Enterprise satellite. They come back, they land exactly back in Metropolis. They land in the train station. Lois Lane sees them coming back from far away. They land there. 2 seconds later, she shows up at the train station. Very quick. Teleports. What's that? What's going on there?
No.
I can't comment because I can't recall.
I don't remember that.
Do you think she now, to you, Alex, when you say about teleportation now, do you think she teleports more than Jason Voorhees in Part 8?
As much.
That's a lot in that one.
Almost as much. I know it sounds like I'm being nitpicky, but there's like stuff that's really bothered me. Watching it again. I don't hate it like he used to. You know, I'm just like, oh well.
I mean, I understand.
I just think the story, and the characters did not click with me. I understand it's an origin story.
You like it better than Superman 3 and 4?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay.
But anything's better than
Right.
Yeah. But you know what? I prefer Superman Returns.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
The
I actually
tornado scene.
Tornado.
I still hate that.
What's that?
I gotta say that scene bothered me when I first saw it because I'm like, that's fucking stupid.
Really, you gotta sacrifice your life just to,
Wait,
I know he loves his.
He didn't want anybody to know that he had powers, so he could have stopped it. He could have saved his dad. Right?
Yeah.
He could have saved him.
Yeah.
I guess.
Kevin Costner's an idiot, though.
I guess emotionally, I thought it was well done, but I get what you guys are saying.
I think there should have been something more tragic, like something where maybe he couldn't save him in a way. But I understand that it's like he has to choose. Do you want to save him and be recognized, or do you just hold it back, like he said? Like maybe
Maybe to me, if they would have just done like he actually literally tried to run over there, I saved him, but he was just too
like
late.
the Flash. Yeah.
But he was just too late, and the tornado got him.
Could have used it. Super
Win.
breath.
He sucked him into the.
Blew him out.
Like a turd.
Blow him the other way. Blow him.
he got stuck into there like a turd in the wind. That's what happened.
Then,
Podcast.
Dust in the wind, dude.
I mean that I got I don't have any much else to say.
Yeah,
Okay.
I pretty much said what I wanted to say about
If it was
that.
2013, I'll go up and down crazy and saying that's what he's like one of the worst ways. No, it's not that bad, but still, I didn't click with me.
This movie holds a 7.1 currently on IMDb.
Too high.
And what's the Rotten Tomato score? Can I? Wasn't it like a 50-some%?
It's 56.
I was gonna say, like, was it 53 or something like that?
Yeah, 56%.
Yeah,
I
I remember it was very divided when it came out, and still is divided still to this day.
Yeah.
And you said it gets what, a 7.1?
Yeah,
I had a. It had a pretty big budget too.
How much money did it make? Like $630 million?
$225 million budget.
it made $668 million.
Worldwide, yeah.
The only other bigger budget was Justice League and BVS.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys got anything else to say?
Nope.
No, I pretty much said what I wanted to say about the movie.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you guys liked it a lot, and I didn't.
So now
So
to the
it's
next
kinda obvious.
Hey, it makes these more interesting. So
Yeah,
Yes.
I like points of view.
I mean, you know what would have saved the movie for me if Kat Dennings was in it.
well,
Well, we got Lawrence Fisher enough.
Yeah, but Lauren Fishburne is no Kat Dennings.
yeah, that's true.
You know what? He's Gigantor or whatever, and Ant-Man Slot or whatever his name is.
Who are you? Jebediah from Night of the Museum, Gigantor?
Gigantor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Octavius Mary.
I didn't like it.
All right.
But moving on, Man of Steel, split vote. Actually, it's majority because it's 3-1. So
Now, can I add before we move on to the next movie? Do you guys want to give it like out of 10 or
no,
no?
we'll rank them, but I don't know.
No, I'm not saying rank them, but I mean, like, do you want to give like a score like out of 10 or something like that, or you just don't want to bother doing it?
Maybe do the score at the end because
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll do the ranking and the scoring at the end. Okay.
Okay. So 3 years later, passed by, or 3 years passed by, and we got Batman vs Superman: Dawn of Justice.
The extended cut.
The extended cut. You guys want to talk this? That's fine with me. That's the one I saw recently. Again, directed by Zack
I
Snyder.
don't know what we're talking about.
I feel like the only cut that we should be talking about is the extended cut.
which is the next cut. So
which is the cut that should have been in theater.
The true cut. Right?
Yeah, it really is. It is.
Okay. It was actually released, so yeah, we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Uh,
I think Alex needs to go last on all these films.
no, I already established that. Beforehand, I'm gonna go first in Suicide Squad, but any of you can go first. In
You're the Zack Snyder hater.
You can go first in Suicide Squad all you want. That's gonna get you hurt.
Uh-huh. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll get to him.
You know what? Yeah, Thomas should go first on Batman.
Yeah, I agree.
He's the Zuckerberg #1 fan.
All right.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Thomas Zuckerberg.
Well, I do have a really big mouthful to say about this movie. Just me.
Oh, really?
Just me gushing over this movie. So hence me just anybody out there who watches this later or something like that. This is just me gushing about the movie. But going on to like when it first was released, we'll go back to 2015 Comic-Con. Remember when I saw the first trailer for this, I was really pumped. Because it was like a BBS movie finally going to happen. And I realized it was going to be a Man of Steel sequel. And I'm like, oh, a follow-up to Man of Steel. And didn't really know Man of Steel was really going to be much of anything as a connection to another movie. And I was really pumped when I saw the trailer back in 2015 during the summer. Being really impressed with the trailer. Then as time went on, that it came out in, I believe, March 2016. I think it was around Easter time that it came out, around March. And I remember it was actually the day before Easter. Went to go see it with my buddy because he wanted to go see it too. And we saw the movie, and we really enjoyed the movie. Then I think I saw it. I saw it a second time too. I saw it the first time on opening weekend with my buddy. Then I saw it maybe like a week or two later because my two cousins wanted to go see it because they didn't see it yet. So we went there to go see it, and I saw it 2 times in theaters, and I did enjoy the movie in theaters. I did, and but I had the very, very special privilege because in one of my local theaters in downtown Philadelphia, they actually had a little small theater. I think it was called the Ritz Theater, and really small theater where they don't really play. They play like a couple movies. They actually had a special screening of the 3-hour cut of BVS before it was released in theaters. So I got to see the 3-hour cut of the Zack Snyder cut in theaters because it was like a special screening that they had. And they had like a bunch of promotions. Like they gave out like little buttons, and they had like a poster for the movie and like free merchandise and things like that. The tickets were for free. It was a free screening, didn't cost anything. So I had the privilege of seeing it with my two cousins. I wore my Batman shirt. They wore their Superman and Batman stuff. We went to go see it. And I tell you what, seeing the 3-hour cut in the theater was a really pleasant time. I really did enjoy the 3-hour cut because I heard that this was the cut that Zack Snyder originally wanted to be released because it was the 3-hour cut. And I can definitely see why. Granted, as much as I do like the theater cut, I do admit the one flaw that I do have with the theatrical cut of BVS was it did seem choppy. I will admit that is the one flaw I can give the theatrical cut. There are certain where it was really choppy. Like I can tell, like there was like some scenes in the theatrical cut that just ended like really abruptly. I'm like, wait, that's it, and we're jumping to this scene, and then we're going back to this scene and this scene. Like it was kind of like weird. It was chopped. It was really choppy and edited very, very weird. But then that's when I realized that a lot of those key elements were taken out of the movie. And then when you see the 3-hour cut, it flowed a lot better. I will admit, the 3-hour cut flowed a lot better because it did fill in the gaps. And and then when the Blu-ray came out, I got the Digibook at Target. Then I rewatched the 3-hour cut on home media. And because I checked out the features and all that stuff, then I saw the movie again. And I think it gets better every single time. Like now, every single time when I pop in BVS, I watch the extended cut. I don't even go back to the theatrical cut. Because the extended cut, you know, just has so many key elements that I feel like this is the thing too. I know the film did. We'll get to the box office and all that stuff later, but and the rating. But I feel like if the 3-hour cut was released in theaters, I think it would have been better received by critics. Because I feel like it probably would have made a little bit more money than it did. But I think the problem was executives at Warner Brothers went in and took out the most key scenes of the movie and just made the theatrical cut choppy. And, you know, granted, I enjoy the theatrical cut, but I feel like the extended cut is the true cut to see. Because there's so many stuff. There's a lot of good stuff in that director's cut that makes the movie flow a lot better. And before I get on to what I love about the extended cut, let me just get to the general plot of the movie.
We can all go there. Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but like we can go all together with the plot. But
okay. So
you can go ahead and say like overall like the stuff you loved about it.
Okay, so basically with the director's cut, I'm just we're talking about the director's cut.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Henry Cavill once again comes back as Superman. I thought he did another nice job. That's just me. I know Alex probably feels differently about that, but
oh really?
Henry Cavill does a great job. I like Henry Cavill. Ben Affleck, I know there was a lot of controversy with Ben Affleck's casting as Batman, but he nailed it.
Yes.
He really did nail down the role of Batman. But as much as I love Ben Affleck as Batman, I still say Michael Keaton's my favorite Batman.
I agree with you.
When I rewatched the Tim Burton films not that long ago, I probably say Michael Keaton's my favorite. But Ben Affleck does a really great job, has a great voice. Really like the suit that he wears. I like the armored Batman suit that he wears when he fights Superman. And just that voice that he has, you know, well, here I am. Yeah, I love that voice. And Amy Adams comes back. She does fine as Lois Lane. Diane Lane comes back as Martha. I thought she does fine. Lawrence Fishburne comes back.
Can we admit something really quick? The best scene with Lois Lane?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
The bath.
Bathtub scene?
There's we're seeing it right there, okay? That's it. Let's just admit that. Kat Dennings, get out of here.
No, I'd much rather see Kat Dennings on Bathtub.
Oh, my God. No.
I made it. Wait, go ahead.
So anyways, yeah, like Lawrence Fishburne comes back as Perry White. Diane Lane comes back as Martha. And the newcomer.
Wait, what'd you say?
What?
Diane Lane is who?
Stop right now.
I'll get into that later. Thank you for setting it up. Yeah. But keep going. Go on.
No, what did I just say?
Go ahead. Yeah, Diane Lane.
God damn it.
Go ahead. Keep going. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying, what made
Diane Lane as a character.
Snyder Cut. Come on.
Oh, Martha. Before I get on to the other one, Jeremy Irons, first time you get to see him as Alfred, I thought he does a good job.
Yeah, he's not planting bombs around the city. That's great.
Yeah, Simon.
Simon says,
I want to play a game with Lieutenant McLean, Simon says. Congratulations.
Pretty close.
But the newcomer, we have Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor. Yeah, you can tell people who are watching this live stream, who want or watch it later, look at my name down below.
It's true.
I am a fan of Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor. I know I'm probably in the minority of that, but just hear me out.
Go ahead.
But hear me out on my reasoning for really enjoying Jesse Eisenberg. I remember like funny stories about actually before I get on to like what I love about it. Funny story about the Jesse Eisenberg Lex Luthor. I remember when I saw it in theaters with the theatrical cut. I know my cousin knows that I was a big fan of the Jesse Eisenberg Lex Luthor. And then when we got to see it again for the special screening, a few months later, I remember like the rooftop scene when Superman confronts Lex Luthor on the roof of LexCorp. and when he drops Lois, and I remember like when he goes up and confronts Lex Luthor, my cousin looked over me and gave me like a big smile because he knew like I was gonna be like gushing over Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor, and things like that. So I've mentioned that kind of story, but hear me out on the Jesse Eisenberg. Why I defend Jesse Eisenberg, because in the earlier comics, like Lex Luthor Jr. is more of a geeky, like socially awkward guy. He's got like the hair, and he's younger. Like he's really cocky. He's arrogant. He's like weird and things like that. And I think like when you read those like comic books of that Lex Luthor, I think Jesse Eisenberg works really, really well within like that kind of character, because when we get the Justice League, we'll get to that when we talk about the post-credit scene for Justice League. But in this movie, though, I like the way that Jesse Eisenberg portrays like the Lex Luthor Jr. I think he's perfect for it, because, like I said, that's how the character really is in the comics. Like really socially awkward, cocky, and like a genius, kind of like a younger guy and things like that. And I think Jesse Eisenberg does great. I think he was funny. I thought he had some, but I also, well, not only did I thought he had some good humorous parts, but I also thought he really did have some really good, serious parts. Like one of my favorite parts where he was like, gave it like a serious voice is when Superman bends down. He's like, there, now God bends to my will. I like that. I like when Jesse Eisenberg does that. And I also really like the fact too, like I said, when we get in the extended cut, one of my other favorite scenes in the movie is when I really wish they would have kept this in the theatrical cut. I remember the crowd cheered after this line was said, is when Batman confronts Luthor in prison. And he says, wherever when Lex Luthor says, like, when I stand trial and they're going to think I'm insane and things like that. And he's like, well, yeah, that's true. And he's like, I've arranged for you to be transferred to Arkham Asylum. I got some friends there and they're expecting you. And then when Batman said that, the audience, like, all you heard the audience groan and just go, ooh, and they started clapping and things like that. I will admit the one scene I really lost to that was when Jesse Eisenberg, the bell cannot be unrung. He's coming. Ding, 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 ding.
Our audience has been retarded. No one did anything.
Yeah, but like I said, say what you want about Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor. I'm probably in the minority of people who like Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor. I happen to be one of them. I like the fact that it was a younger Lex Luthor, because in the comics, like, he's that kind of a character, and I think Jesse Eisenberg really fit the movie really, really well as like the younger Lex Luthor. But this movie in general just is fantastic in general. The key scenes, I guess we'll talk about that when all of us talk about the plot of the movie, but I'll save that for when we all talk about it. But once again, also really great score by Hans Zimmer. Thought he does a great job with the score. Also forgot to mention Gal Gadot is it Gal Gadot?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gal Gadot, yeah.
How it is.
Junkie XL as well helped too.
Yeah, yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
really great mixture between him and Hans Zimmer. Gal Gadot, first time we get to see her as Wonder Woman, I thought she was used very, very well in the fight. And of course, the whole end fight with Doomsday and things like that was a lot of fun and things like that. But overall, this movie is fantastic. And like I said, just like what Rob said with Man of Steel, I probably say, yeah, this is my favorite DCEU movie, the extended cut of BVS. It always will be my favorite DCEU movie. So really good cast, great music, nice bits of action. Got some I like Jesse Eisenberg, dark moments as well as humorous moments. Gal Gadot was great. Overall, I think Zack Snyder once again did a great job directing the movie and things like that. So overall, really do enjoy BVS as it's my favorite DCEU movie.
Okay, cool.
Robin,
yes.
go next.
Yes.
Okay, I guess I'll go. I agree with everything Thomas said. As far as Lex Luthor goes, I'm not the biggest fan of Jesse Eisenberg as far as watching movies. I think I'm not even sure what my favorite. I guess The Social Network. I guess I
still
thought.
I still say one of my favorites is Zombieland.
Well, okay, Zombieland. I'll give it that.
Pretty
But I thought he was fine as Lex Luthor. I would have preferred maybe to have an older Lex Luthor, but for what they did, it was fine. I really have no gripe with that. I'll just go over really quick the things that I really liked. I liked the effects. I liked Ben Affleck as Batman. I still prefer Michael Keaton, but I like Ben Affleck more than I like Christian Bale. I'm sorry. Screw that. Anyway, Henry Cavill, of course. I like the fight between them two. Of course, the rest of the cast.
Fight's fantastic.
Yeah. I like the tone, the dark tone. I thought that worked. It kind of was kind of like the same as Man of Steel in a way. So they tied them together.
Real quick before I let you keep going, the warehouse scene's and also a really good fight scene.
The warehouse Batman scene is something that we've been waiting to see for the longest time.
Mm-hmm.
That be able to take people out like that. Like he should. I do wish they would have done more detective things though. Like that's what this new Matt Reeves Batman's going to be. I guess more detective stuff. But I wish we could have seen more of that. But whatever. It's a Batman and Superman movie, so whatever. But I thought all the Batman stuff was great. Superman stuff was great. Wonder Woman. At first, I was kind of like one of those people who are like, Gal Gadot. I don't know. I'm like, she's not buff enough to be Wonder. It seems like she's like too frail. Like she's too. She's very beautiful, which Wonder Woman should be. But I was kind of like, I don't know. But in this movie, she blew me away. I'm like, and especially the Wonder Woman movie, which we'll get to. But I was like totally blown away. I'm like, okay. I'm like, she's definitely Wonder Woman. I know some people were annoyed with the way she talks. That actually don't bother me.
No.
I love the way she talks. What are people talking about? What a crazy thing.
Well, there are people that say that. I don't know if you've heard it. Anyway,
they must hate women then.
I guess so.
They must hate foreign women.
The action scenes were great. Like I said, the music, fantastic. Love the music. And like Thomas said, the extended cut makes everything flow. Certain things I could get into really quick, like the whole Lex Luthor with the electric chair scene. With the bomb.
Yeah.
They explain that a lot more in the extended cut or the ultimate cut. They explain that flows a lot better. Let's see what else. Oh, when Batman steals the kryptonite, there's a lot more scenes with that. They show with that whole thing. But yeah, like overall, like this movie is very well done. I do remember going to the theater with Dan. I think we saw it twice, maybe in the theater. Didn't we?
I think we did.
And I remember we were disappointed. The very first time we saw it, we were disappointed.
I was like, you know what? I was actually remember. I need to cut you off. I remember I was planning to see it with you guys, but plans didn't work out. Yeah, I don't know if you remember that. I did.
Well, we saw the theatrical cut. We were disappointed. Yeah. We saw it again. And I remember the second time we were like, man, we're like, that is actually pretty good. Like we actually enjoyed it a lot more. Yeah. Then when we saw the ultimate cut, we were like, wow, like this was definitely like the best way to view it. I want to say my only nitpick is the fact they put Doomsday in it. I thought that was maybe a wrong choice. I think they should have saved Doomsday for another Man of Steel movie.
Mm-hmm.
I think they should have saved, because just like the comics, Superman fights Doomsday and they both die. They should have saved that for an all-out epic movie for Superman. The fact that they put him in there, I can see people's problem. They shoehorn him in. That's a kind of a problem. Even though I thought the action scenes were awesome, I thought the action scenes with all three of them versus Doomsday were pretty cool. But I would have preferred them to save Doomsday for that.
Yeah, I feel like Doomsday was kind of pushed in there.
Right. But anyway, like that, really, that's kind of like my only gripe with the film. Other than that, like I was fine with everything else. Yeah, and the whole Martha thing. I'm sorry. That's.
I'll get into that. Let me talk about that.
Okay, I'll let you do it.
Okay. and then you can defend it. And then you can defend it if you want.
All right. Well, anyway. Okay. So
that's the problem when Alex talks. We're gonna keep interrupting him. Be like, no.
Oh no! I'm gonna rant. I'm gonna rant. You cannot stop me.
All right, I'm done. That's yeah. I like the movie a lot.
Okay, cool. Let's go.
All right, so I have a lot to say, but I'll try. I don't want to repeat things to keep it too long, but yeah, I will say when we first saw it, I remember right when the movie was over, we both were kind of like, we thought it was okay or just fine. And part of that, for me anyway, was they released like 33 minutes of the movie before the movie came out, like in little clips and all that stuff. And
We spoiled it.
and to this day, since then, I won't watch any clips. If they release, I'll watch trailers, but I won't watch.
Except the ending. I remember the ending, the very ending of the movie. I'll just give it away now. Superman's death is the only thing they didn't spoil. Right.
Yeah, it was like you kind of went in and you saw all this stuff. But yeah, I agreed with what Thomas had said, and with the seeming like there were some scenes, important scenes missing, especially in the beginning when supposedly, Lex was setting up that Superman fried those people in the foreign country with his laser beam, with his eyes.
Yeah.
That was totally glossed over. And so you got this woman in Congress saying like, oh yeah, he did that. And you're just like, wait, what? Like, what?
Because we didn't.
How did that work out?
Yeah.
But anyway, seeing it, the extended cut definitely helped the film. And I'll try to go into things that maybe you guys didn't talk about. For one, I had mentioned like the one gripe I had about Man of Steel. I felt like the color tone, Zach really toned it down. I mean, it's almost just a gray film the whole time. I feel like the color tone in this film is great. I love how the screen looked, the film look. I thought it was perfect. I loved it. Feel like he fixed that in this film. Ben Affleck as Batman, I thought was great. In fact, I will say this: his look. I don't see how anyone can disagree. He was the most intimidating as far as Batman goes. I mean, like, he was huge.
That's
like,
debatable.
I feel like in real life, if you had the Batmans by the actors lined up and you saw, like, in the dark, like, in a scary situation, he would be the most intimidating. I
don't know. If I saw George Clooney with rubber nipples, I'd be scared.
Well, I even saw Christian Bale going, "It's what we do that defines us." Like, honestly, there's nothing intimidating about that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, wait, you were really wrong to bring up Christian Bale.
Yep. I'm gonna rip into him. Sorry.
So yeah, I mean, Ben Affleck, I thought he was fine. I liked him as Batman. I wish he would be continuing, but he's not. Henry Cavill again comes in, and here's something that wasn't mentioned. They added scenes of his character in the extended cut. It really, in the theatrical cut, you got a lot of Batman, but not a lot of
when
Superman.
He goes to Gotham.
Right, and you didn't really get a lot from the theatrical cut why Superman would be against Batman. They added that into the extended cut.
And he did some journalism. That was an extra scene.
Right, and you got to see how him being like, I don't like how he's a vigilante and whatnot. The scene in Congress, I really like that. And again, to me, what the tone of the DCEU is what I love. That's why I loved the direction they went, because it was different from Marvel. They went with a realistic approach, and I loved that. And I love that they continued it in this film, and how that whole Congress scene, it was like Lex was setting all this stuff up behind the scenes through the whole movie. Like, yeah, like when that goes off and Superman's standing there, and you could just tell how sorrowful and disappointed he is that just happened.
Well, that's what I love about Lex Luthor in this movie. He's a mastermind.
Yeah, and again, actually, before we saw the film, I told Bob, I said my one concern was Jesse Eisenberg, and I actually thought he did a good job. I did. I agree with you, Thomas. And
I thought he did good.
I'm actually okay with. And again, I feel like Zack Snyder again was really trying to go for a realistic approach. Like, okay, like he wanted to have a younger Luthor, so like he's got like a basketball court, and he has is it ADD? Is that kind of what he was supposed to have in a sense, the way he was acting?
Yeah, like socially awkward and
right. Like I feel like if you would have had like Kevin Spacey from Superman Returns in this film, it would have been too cartoony. I liked that it was more realistic.
And it was it's the younger Lex Luthor.
Yeah. So again, the returning cast was great. Jesse Eisenberg was good. The Batman Superman fight. I liked the fight. I did. I liked everything about it. I wish it would have been longer, but that's just me wishing I would have seen more of it. And I will let Alex talk about the Martha thing. I just want to throw out the fact that it never occurred to me, and being a DC fan, when that part came up in the movie, it was kind of supposed to be like a reveal, like, oh, they have the same name. I felt that way in the theater. I was like, oh, I'm like, holy crap. I'm like, oh yeah, that is a similar. They have the same name. Like, it totally didn't occur to me that was a thing, and so I was totally fine with that. Gal Gadot coming in as Wonder Woman, I feel like she was introduced fine as well. I did really like the film. It's definitely grown on me even more the more I see it. A few problems I had with it. I agree with Rob that the Doomsday. I didn't like Doomsday's look, and I feel like
Doomsday's look, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I don't want to even say he was shoehorned in. They just needed to save him for a completely different movie because they bring him in and they only have this one third act to just do with him what they need to, and it just was totally rushed by.
He was the Gray Abomination.
Essentially, yeah. I didn't like how he looked, and I felt that was shoehorned in. Something. Oh, okay. So I don't necessarily like how they handled introducing the Justice League either. I feel like
I was waiting for someone to mention that.
Yeah, I feel like Warner Brothers was like. I feel like Warner Brothers, and I'm going to get into Warner Brothers once Suicide Squad starts, but I feel like they approached Zack and were like, hey, like, we're trying to create this universe. You need to put a scene in.
That was unnecessary.
Yeah. So I feel like
that could have been a scene that you could have left on the cutting room floor, and you could have, added back in like a key scene that you could have used to fill in the gaps in the theatrical cut, and you can just leave the Justice League scene on the cutting room floor as a deleted scene.
They could have just showed, when she had the files up and it had like a flash symbol, they could have just had that.
Just
and not
left
had
it
the
as
videos.
that.
They could have just had the files. That's all they could have had.
Yeah, that would have been great.
Yeah.
Which also brings me to the nightmare scene. I feel like
I forgot about that.
I feel like it was a setup for a further movie, and I don't think that was a good idea, honestly. Even though I'm okay with it in the film, I think when you're watching, you're like, what? Okay, what is this? And there's no payoff. You don't know. It's like Zach. I don't know if I assume this was Zach's idea. So because Zach had a plan. He had a 5-film plan. He already said, and this was supposed to be connected to the last movie. Well, you run the risk of a problem when you put something in and then something changes. So I feel like that was also a problem.
I forgot to mention, I really love the nightmare scene. Like, I thought that was just badass. Like, I love it because of the parody.
Yeah, I mean, it was a cool scene.
Yeah, I can understand how if a person who has no, if they have like no way of knowing what that actually is, like those
especially like a general audience,
they would be
This?
confused. Yeah.
But anyway. To end it, yeah, I do like the film, and it's definitely, like Rob said, it's grown on me the more I see it. So.
On top of that too, before Alex gets on to his point of view, I also forgot to mention when you mentioned like some of the scenes that were kind of filled in for the director's cut. Another really good key scene was when you guys forgot to mention the Jenna Malone character in Star Lab when she tested the wheelchair, it was lined in lead and like I mean that's what I mean by when it's the director's cut was better. It's like, well, how come Superman didn't stop this guy? Like, how come Superman didn't know what was going on?
Right.
But he couldn't see through lead. They tested that in Star Lab, and I'm like, where was this in the theatrical cut? Like, I would have loved to have seen this in the theatrical cut. And on top of that too, when basically, what happened was to set up that scene, the woman who accused Superman of killing her family was hired by Lex to lie to the Senate, and then she went and told the senator about it, and then Lex found out about that, killed the woman in the subway station by having one of his henchmen push her in front of a train, and on top of that too, he planted the bomb so that way it would eliminate all the evidence about the senator knowing about Lex's plot. Because, like, that's what I mean. Lex was a mastermind in this whole movie. He was pinning these two guys up against each other, and I like that. That's why I like Lex Luthor in the movie.
Well,
So
again, that's why the theatrical cut doesn't explain anything.
that's what I mean. That's why that was one of my two flaws. I forgot to mention my other flaw was Doomsday's look. I didn't really care for the look. I thought it looked a little wonky and weird and a little.
He never even got to look. Even like when he kept transforming, it's still. And I also. So I didn't like his power that like he had the energy blast. I don't know why they had to add
because
that.
he's Zod.
It's from Zod.
Yeah, no, the eye beams, that's fine. But remember when he would get injured, all of a sudden like this energy ball happened and it like expanded and destroyed.
That's just his inner like it's the same thing as his eyes. It's all because Zod. He would have that if you know that they shouldn't have done it that way.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was okay with the eye beams, but I didn't like that whole energy blast thing because it made it look very confusing. Like it was just like a lot going on.
Like what is he doing?
Yeah, like what the heck? Like he farted.
Busted it.
Yeah, so I figured I mentioned that. So yeah, you go ahead next, Alex.
Woo! So this is gonna be a rant. Like
really?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna say the things I liked because you know what's funny. I liked more things in this movie than I did in Man of Steel, but yet the flaws in this movie for me, I hate more than Man of Steel's flaws. If you know what I'm talking about. So I don't even know which movie I like more. But okay, things I liked. Ben Affleck as Batman, he did a good job. As you guys mentioned, especially the action scene in the warehouse. To me, that's the best Batman action scene on film.
I agree.
I give this movie that. That's the biggest praise I'll give when it comes to the action scenes. Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman. The little time she's in, she's really good. Some of the visuals, pretty good. Like in Man of Steel, I don't really mind the visual look. The score by Hans Zimmer and Junkie XL, that's the name. Yeah, pretty good. Let's see. Some moments in the Batman vs Superman fight I liked, but the fight overall, I'll get into my problems with that. But there's moments like, okay, I'll just say like around one of the moments that I liked when Batman's punching Superman and the kryptonite is wearing off and it's stopping. And the reaction Batman does, he backs away. He's like, oh shit. It's like, dude. I like that. Like that moment I really liked a lot. Let's see. The nightmare scene I liked. That was pretty good. And it doesn't really have to make sense because it's a stream sequence. So it's like, whatever. And then, to defend it a little bit, it's there because it's Batman's paranoia. This is what he fears, what he thinks might happen if Superman does go evil.
It's ironic because he's about people fearing him.
Mm-hmm. And I liked Jeremy Irons as Alfred. He was really good. Okay, on to the things I hated about this movie. First of all, everything else. First of all, framing Superman. He doesn't even have to frame Superman. Okay, he's Clark says a line in the movie to Lois Lane. Why do people think I killed those people? I didn't. Bullshit. You slammed the guy through the fucking wall. You killed him. You fucking killed him.
That's not who he's talking about.
No, but he did kill somebody though.
Listen, we don't know if he killed. If
he's
that guy
dead. No way he survived. No, sorry. No, it's a brick wall. He went through it. Wall. That guy is fucking dead. DEA dead.
That wall could already been like crumbling.
Wait till the Ultimate Cut 1.0. They'll explain
and
that.
And that's the Ultimate Cut as well. He still freaking slams that guy. He's a killer. He's a killer.
He's not talking about that guy. He's talking about this.
I know he's not talking about but he did kill somebody who was. You didn't have to kill the guy.
So who cares?
Yeah, but now it's years past. I guess it is 3 years later, right?
Right, but what I'm saying is Superman's not talking about that guy. He's talking about.
I know he's not talking about that guy, but he did kill a guy. So
he
he should be tried.
He killed Zod too.
but Zod was attacking freaking.
Yeah, and that guy was gonna kill Lois. So
What?
cares?
I mean, he didn't have to kill the guy. He could have just like grabbed him
Well, we
and,
don't know. I mean, the guy could have been maybe paralyzed or something. We don't know.
and Lois like was happy with it. She was like, "Okay, kill this guy."
All right,
She's the
you're
comfort.
there.
That-
You can't.
No.
You
She's
didn't see a
okay with
body.
it.
You
There's
can't
no proof- yeah, if
definitively
it's an
say
off-
anything.
If it's an off-screen thing.
You can't.
It's not off screen. You see him slam the guy.
Yeah,
but
but
you don't
no,
see a body.
but off-screen. I mean, it's not that the guy's like like he's dead.
Right.
Well, no way he survived. If Superman going like 100,000 miles per hour, slamming someone through the brick wall. That person's
I
fucking
get
dead.
it. Yeah, I
okay.
get it.
Regardless, that is not what the scene is about that you're talking about.
But
For
it
sure.
makes to me it makes Superman unsympathetic to the situation he's going through. Honestly, I can't root for this guy. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention another thing I liked was the opening action scene where you see it from Bruce Wayne's point of view, the Metropolis. I like that too. Just to throw that, I forgot to mention that.
I mean, he could just say, I didn't kill anybody. It's not like he said I didn't hurt anybody, because that guy could have got seriously hurt. Yeah, but
That guy's dead. That guy.
There's no proof.
that's it. We're calling fucking.
Okay, should I get into Lex Luthor?
Sure.
Go
What?
Get into everything.
No. I'm getting Batman first. I said I like Ben Affleck as Batman. I don't have an issue with him killing, but it's like it's in the wrong movie. He's trying to stop Superman because he thinks he's gonna destroy the world and kill more people. Like, dude, you're doing the same thing. You're killing people left and right.
Well, they deserve it.
I know I get the point. Like Batman's going off edge. He's losing it. He's doing this for 20 years. He's going a little nuts. But man, like there are parts like Batman killing initially doesn't bother me too much, but there are parts where I'm like, Jesus Christ, Batman, stop killing, stop it.
Stop! No, Batman, stop killing.
Yeah, like, stop it, he's already dead.
Alex, I will say, I will agree with you in a little bit. I did feel there was some excessive killing by Batman.
That's my issue with that.
I agree. Like I'm okay with him. How I'm okay in this situation where everyone's always like Batman doesn't kill. Well, that's not true. I mean, I don't care what you say. Watch both Tim Burton films. He kills in both of those movies. Why did anyone have a problem with it back then?
I actually do have an issue with that,
He
but
killed the Slam with the bomb in Batman Returns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about in Tim Burton's Batman when he hangs the guy by his grapple
The
hook?
bell tower.
he kills the Joker.
Yeah, and the Joker.
But here's the thing, though. This movie, he kills all these small-time criminals, just like, Lex Luthor's people, gang, whatever you want to call them, mercenaries. But all the criminals he dealt with in the past are still alive. I know that's nitpicky, but
Wait, what?
they didn't really say when exactly Batman started killing in this universe. Was it right after Superman showed up, or was it before? It's like the Joker's alive, but
I think
Batman
it was.
killing people.
I think it was after Superman because Alfred says it turns good men cruel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it was after.
And Robin got killed too, right? And after that, he kind of downward spiraled from there too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't have
Speaking of the scene where he was killing all those guys, and then he first sees Superman face to face. The whole like, tell me if you bleed. That
Are you
scene.
talking about when he's driving?
Yeah, when he's driving and crashes Superman.
It's not like
Okay,
I mean-
okay, he's chasing these guys that are getting away. Superman's right there, waiting for him. Superman, this bad guy's going away. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? What the fuck? What are you doing? Why are you waiting for Batman? I know he's killing people, but like he's killing criminals. So shouldn't you, do the opposite of what he's doing? As in like grabbing these guys and taking them to jail? No, you just let him go and you want to talk to Superman. You want to say, knock it off, Superman. Like turn that light signal off. I'm better than you.
Wait, I'm confused. Wait,
He's saying that Superman let the criminals go by stopping Batman in the Batmobile.
Yeah.
Well, Superman wanted to speak to Batman directly, didn't he? I don't think that wasn't even the point.
Gonna grab some water.
Batman was going
But
after
Superman.
those
But the thing is, like, Superman already knows that Lex Luthor's up to something, or somebody's up to something. What, the Russian mercenaries? That's where they were, right? Russians.
Yeah.
KGBs.
Well, Batman's not going to give any info to Superman in this scene because he doesn't trust him.
Right.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Okay. Before I move on to Lex Luthor, gosh, Lex Luthor.
What a handshake there, Alex.
Okay, when Batman finally fights Superman, why they should have just kept them fighting because they have different ideals and they can't see eye to eye. That would have been fine. No, I guess that's why I get into Lex Luthor. He has the whole Martha plan, kidnaps her, makes Superman fight Batman. He's the one who's been like, it's like he's been using them as puppets the whole time. Okay, Superman says, okay, fine. I've bent to your will, Lex Luthor, for now. I'm gonna go over there, go to Gotham, and meet up with Batman. Just fly down and say, hey, Batman, Lex Luthor has my mom. Like, let's not fight, you know. But no, he starts fighting with him.
He did try to reason with
Batman fights with him first, though.
Yeah, but he gives him right away. He just like pushes them, throws him through the freaking building.
He's trying to make him
Superman says Bruce, and he starts talking, and then then he starts hitting him with the firepower.
He's trying to make him understand. I mean, he's throwing him around, probably hoping that it'll stop it. Because there's that point. He's like, if I wanted you dead, you'd be dead already.
Yeah, but that's when he says that. Instead of saying that, say stop fighting with me. I'm trying to save my mother. Lex Luthor's, he set this whole thing up. He's been playing military fool.
Okay. Yeah, that's
just bad writing.
You're being.
I don't think I'm being nitpicky.
But you're being nitpicky because there are scenes like this in every movie. Like when we did like the Marvel films, like things like that weren't mentioned. I'm just saying because you don't like it, you're like, okay, I gotta find this small thing.
Because that's the reason why they're fighting, though. At the end, because
that's fair enough. Fair enough.
Lex Luthor's making them fight to, he wants one of them dead. He wants them to kill each other.
He was hoping they would fight because he knew Batman would not probably tolerate.
So kidnapping Martha was Plan B and C, and Doomsday was Plan D.
I mean, it's not like Superman. He was trying to make Bruce understand, but he's not going to because Bruce was being stubborn, obviously. So it's
like, do you really think that Superman? Do you think that if Superman explained it, do you think Batman would be like, "Oh, okay"?
No, but he doesn't even do it. He doesn't even. He barely even tries. And he just gives up and starts fighting. He actually does what Lex Luthor wants him to do.
But it wouldn't have mattered. I guess it wouldn't have mattered.
He doesn't really matter.
Yeah. And he's wasting time. His mother has less than an hour to live. So it's like, dude, stop fighting with Batman.
Look at the time.
Yeah. That's what makes it worse. He has a time limit. He's wasting time. It's his mother. He loves her, right? So why are you wasting time fighting Batman? Even Batman is being stubborn.
There's nothing wrong with loving your mother.
And yeah, but I want to waste time fighting somebody. If my mother's in danger, I have less time. But yeah, let's talk about. Martha scene. I know Thomas and some of you guys have tried to explain in the past the point of that.
I don't understand the big deal, to be honest.
Go ahead, Alex.
It is because
tell me why.
All he says is like, I have to save Martha. You have to save Martha. And he says, why you say why do you say the name? That's my mother's name. He's like, oh, that's my mother's name too. Okay. Fight's over. We're good buddies now. Let's go fight Lex Luthor. Let's go stop him now. Over one name?
Do you want me to
Step Brothers, anyone? Step Brothers? Did we just become best friends? Yep. That's what that's what I thought when I first saw it. Like, why is this happening? Why?
They explained that at the beginning of the movie.
How? How did they explain it at the beginning of the movie?
Because it shows how Bruce really, really loved his mother. And they focused more on the mother than they did Thomas Wayne.
Yeah, they really knocked it home. Every time he has the dream, it's like at Martha's.
He visits her grave.
So if Lex Luthor's mom name was Martha, that'll be okay, hunky dory.
Well, no, but the whole thing humanized Superman. That's exactly what happened. He realized in that moment, this guy was raised here.
He was the same as him. That's the point.
He was raised as a human. He didn't come as an alien. He's been here this whole time.
But shouldn't he know that already?
He humanized him. Well, no, I don't think this Superman's like Christopher Reeves, where like he sits down and has an interview like with like on TV. Like this is a different Superman in my.
Okay.
Oh, I like Lois.
And Superman, Superman's saving people throughout the whole. Like, there's a monster he's saving people, but why is he so sad? You're doing good now. People are accepting. There's a lot of people like that are accepting Superman as well.
Wait, when is he sad?
When he's saving people. In that montage when he's doing good, he's doing.
Right, but when? What do you mean?
The montage when he's saving the.
When do you see his face?
Oh, when he's
that shot where like all the people surrounding him and they're all like treating him like God, like a savior.
Oh, that montage he's talking about
right there.
The ship.
That's because he doesn't want to be treated like a god. He doesn't like that.
But he's doing good though. He's doing the right thing.
But there are still people who are being negative towards him.
Right.
Block him. No, it's just like this is the part where.
Superman.
That's why, that's why Superman wouldn't be happy-go-lucky, because people are gonna always fear him and hate him.
It's not like he's standing on the Mount of Olives and being like this, like you all bow to me now.
Yeah, it's not like when he goes to like the White House, they're all like, yeah, Superman. It's not that universe. This is a universe of fear, of realism.
Realism.
Yeah, I don't understand Martha sees. Like, I don't think people get it. It's like they're. They
didn't execute it well. It just comes out dumb.
I
did not have a thought.
For me, what would have worked? Even if they just said Martha, would have worked if Superman was going to be the first person Batman killed. It's like, oh my God, I'm becoming the criminal I was trying to stop, the guy that killed my mom and dad, Martha. It's like, okay, I'm becoming the monster that I tried to stop, like that I saw kill my parents.
No, but you're saying that you don't like the way the fight just abruptly ended because they said Martha.
That's it, just because he name dropped Martha. That's it. That's the reason they stopped fighting.
Well, what would he? I mean,
but he had him dead to rights at that point. So what else could have happened?
Well, I mean, legitimately, if you think about it, like that's mentioning that name really kind of scarred Bruce, though, because again, they explain how he loved his mother so much, and when he said that, he's like, "What? Why did you say that name? Like, why would you say that? Like, that's he never knew his mother's name, or Superman's mother."
And wait, Alex, it's not like Batman's mother is still alive and like in his life. This was the traumatic experience that made him Batman. So it's complete. Like, it's not just like
the fact that Superman mentioned that it confused him, obviously, because he was like,
so like when he's like at parties and meeting people and there's some lady named Martha, he's gonna get triggered.
Well, maybe
he wouldn't get triggered, but he would. I guarantee you, in his mind, it's gonna be.
Wouldn't that trigger you if you're,
but if I dedicated like 2 years of trying to stop some guy, I think is gonna kill people, and he just name drops something that triggered. I'm gonna get triggered, but I'm not gonna stop fighting with the guy.
Well, he had him down though. It's not like Superman could have escaped at that point.
It just seems like the way it was executed just seems so dumb.
That's fair enough. I mean,
I'd say, hey,
But Lex Luthor, God, I'm ready to kick this guy's ass.
Right.
Lex Luthor.
You can kick my ass for being the fanboy.
Yeah, I'll do that too. You said he was like what?
Riddler?
not even Riddler. Not even Joker. Just not even Mark Zuckerberg. But you mentioned you guys mentioned he was kind of like a mastermind, socially awkward.
They played that part well.
Dorky, nerdy. I would also like to add. I also like to add obnoxious, cringy, and head-inducing every time he speaks. Because Jesus Christ.
You know the biggest lie in today, Alex?
What's up?
You know the biggest lie, Senator Alex?
That people think Jesse Eisenberg did a good job.
Howard.
Uh-huh.
You can piss in a cup and call it Granny's peach tea.
Oh, thank you for mentioning that. Oh my
You
god.
like peach tea? I do. Mm.
Okay.
Peach tea.
A jar of piss.
Yeah, she looked at that and she's like, "Oh man, I'm
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Thanks for that image, Zack Snyder. Yeah, I hated Jesse Eisenberg in this movie. He was so annoying, so cringy, and you know what? I never felt he was menacing at all. Because even when scenes where he's talking to Lois Lane, and he's sort of explaining his plan to her.
I don't think he was supposed to be menacing. He was just supposed to be.
I don't know. He tried it. He tried.
He was supposed to be a mastermind. That's all.
But
the scene where he has the pictures and he's throwing them at Superman down.
I laughed at that. I don't think I was supposed to.
That was really.
I thought that was hilarious. I thought that was funny.
I want to see a reaction video with you doing that. Oh, man.
He could have done it like this.
Wait, you really like in the theater?
I did. I actually chuckled at that. I did. I honestly swear to God, I did. Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Oh,
and I was like, oh well, at least he got a laugh out of me. That was the highlight for his performance. But dude, okay, Lex Luthor, why are you trying? Okay, he's trying to like prove a point, and that Superman as a god is a false god, and like, but all this he has god complex.
Agreed.
And yeah, but at the same time, his plan is to have him and Batman kill each other. He does everything he can to do that, but yeah, he's creating Doomsday at the same time. So what if Batman and Superman did kill each other? You're gonna send Doomsday out in the world? I guess he was gonna, and he knows about the Justice League characters.
Because I think he knew in his mind that they wouldn't do that.
So why go to the trouble?
Luthor, I mean, he had to do that final thing to release Doomsday. So if it worked out,
Plan D, Plan X,
you wouldn't use that plan.
The devil will do it.
Oh God,
the Red Shirts are coming. You know that.
Just his performance, it's just so fucking annoying. He got on my nerves so quick, and it gets worse around the end, especially when he's doing the whole the bells cannot be unrung. That's so like, oh my God, I facepalm at that part. It's just, the performance is really bad for me. It just did not work at all. No, because I say I never feels menacing because like when he's talking to Lois Lane, and he pushes her off the building, like, Lois, you can kick this guy easily. Kick this guy ass. Like, come on, Lois Lane. Like this guy is a scrawny dude. You can kick his ass. You don't even need Superman's help. I just like, yeah, and like, and the scene, like, there are moments where like the scene is okay and decent for me when Clark and Bruce are talking to each other for the first time in the party, and then here comes Lex Luthor ruining the scene with this awkwardness and cringiness and all this crap.
Doomsday was pretty stupid. He should have been smart because it had Lex's blood type, so it's like it should have.
Oh, negative.
It should have had the traits.
Oh, maybe Lex Luthor's not that smart.
Tourette's traits.
Yeah, it's just like it's like Tourette's. It's like Tourette's autism syndrome plus 1,000 with Lex Zuckerberg.
Batman, Superman.
It's like I wish I would have seen either Batman or Superman just push this guy in the face and just blow him up, blow his face off. Damn. But I do agree. You know what though? I do agree that the Ultimate Cut does fix a few things, like the stuff with the wheelchair. That was a huge plot hole in the theatrical cut, and why Superman is against Batman. He sees that he's branding criminals, and that's getting those guys killed.
What do you think of this cocksucker?
That's fine. But at the same time, the 3-hour cut makes the movie longer, so it makes it more boring for me. And it's oh God, the pacing's and I don't really. And then there's so much time spent on. There's extra time spent on the whole like the freaking bullet thing, the subplot of framing Superman. Like, I don't care about that shit. And why even have Jimmy Olsen in the movie? You're just gonna kill him off.
They asked Lois.
Jimmy.
Because that's what would happen realistically.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Thanks for
Yeah,
and it's funny because you don't know that's Jimmy Olsen in the theatrical cut. He never
They
said
had to cut out characters that were pointless. Who cares about Jimmy?
No, he's in the movie in theatrical cut because he never says his name. I don't know.
Oh man, I'm gonna spit on his dead body.
And
that steals camera.
To top it all off, there was no point in killing off Superman in this movie.
I agree. I think they should have, like I said, I think they should have saved it.
And since I don't care about this Superman as a character, I didn't care that he died. So
could have used a villain like Metallo or something, like somebody that could fight. You know, have this really cool ending fight, and then that's it.
I would have given Snyder a little bit more respect for that decision, or whoever came up with it. If they actually said, "Okay, he's dead," no, but you have the final shot where it's just rising up a bit, teasing he might not be dead. No, come on, if you're gonna kill him, kill him. God, come on. I mean, I guess they didn't want to put people in a bad mood, like to the very end. Like, gives some people some hope that he's gonna come back. Yes. Yeah. I don't know, but I don't know which movie I like less, this movie or Man of Steel, because I have more issues with this movie. But like I said, I like more things about this movie, and it's not even because it's too dark. Apparently, this was a complaint with some people that it was too dark. No, that really didn't bother me.
No, it didn't bother me.
I like the tone they go with. It's different from Marvel. They got to stay away from that. Like,
Too late.
Wow.
But yeah, clearly, as you can tell,
AKA,
I wasn't a fan of this movie.
AKA.
But you know what though? One final thing, I did like the Doomsday fight, even though I didn't feel Doomsday belong. I did like the action scene.
Yeah,
that's cool.
There.
Yeah, they kept like Batman out of it, which would be real.
He stands in the sidelines.
Oh,
like,
yeah. Well, you can't do it. He can't do much. I mean, he's gonna get killed. And he only has one kryptonite bullet left. And I do like the reaction he gives when Doomsday sees him. He's like, oh, "Fuck!" And he gets the gravel gun. And he
then he
tries
throws
to dive away
to distract him. That's awesome. I love that.
Yeah. That little moment I did like a lot. And when Batman visits Lex Luthor in jail, I did like that shot. It's like almost like a horror movie, which put me back. Like, oh man, I wish Zack Snyder would do horror movies again. Because actually, my favorite Snyder movie by a mile is Dawn of the Dead, and he's making a new zombie movie, which I'm looking forward to. That's cool.
Again, the ultimate cut reveals Steppenwolf. They show him in there, in the theatrical cut. You have no idea what Lex Luthor's talking about.
Yeah, the portrait.
He's like, oh, he heard it. The bell's rung, and they heard it. It's like, who?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, even in the extended cut, I still don't like it because he's cringy. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, shut up.
That jail scene, though, just again proves for me anyway that's why this Batman is the most intimidating one on screen. I feel.
True.
He has moments in this movie that are very intimidating, but I wouldn't call him the best.
I remember when we went to see it in the theater the first time. There was a guy set up with a microphone. They're having like a podcast about this movie, and the whole thing about, do you agree with Batman killing and all this crap. There was this huge controversy going on. You remember that?
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, I just like.
I'm glad that's over.
I mean, it's not the killing; it was just like, the excessiveness of it. And it turned me off a bit. Like, damn. But,
Alex,
yeah.
Would you rate this the great or greatest?
What? The greatest cringiest villain? Yeah.
Would you call the movie great or the greatest?
The greatest cringe.
All right, number one. The next one, and we'll rank them after.
Unless you guys got anything else to say about.
Come on down.
Unless you guys have anything else to say about BVS, I guess I'm done.
Yeah, I got nothing else to say.
I'm done. Yeah.
Let's move
Okay,
on.
well, the IMDb. You want to mention that?
Oh yeah.
IMDb, Rotten Tomatoes.
It has the lowest. It's the lowest one, 6.0 out. Or no, sorry, 6.5. It's not the lowest one. 6.5 is the rating.
And
Right.
it's got a 28% on Rotten Tomatoes.
That's
Ooh.
fucking ridiculous.
Ooh.
Yeah. What does Ghostbusters have? The 2016 movie.
75.
Idiots.
But yeah, 6.5 is Batman v Superman on IMDb.
28%.
Yeah, that's way too damn low. Sorry.
I mean, I'd rather watch this than Green Lantern, but
This movie's a million times better than Green Lantern.
but the box office it ended up making 330 million domestically and 873 worldwide.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You know, it did make money, but not what they wanted.
They wanted the billion.
They considered it a box office disappointment.
In a way, you know. Well,
Speaking
because
of-
the movie wasn't good.
Let's move on to the next movie.
Oh, can I start on this one?
This is
Yeah.
gonna be a rant, just so you know, from me. So
Okay, well, since it's gonna be a rant from you, you can go last.
sure, I don't care.
That's fine. But I have something to say. Well, actually, not to say. I have a little song for you guys. You're gonna. Speaking of cringy, I don't know if my singing is gonna be as cringy as Jesse Eisenberg's performance in Batman vs Superman, but
Yeah, I guess
we'll see. I'll let you guys be the judge, and I'll let the people who are watching be the judge.
we are live, so yeah.
I mean, I'm already forewarning you. This might be cringy, but I don't care. I'm gonna go for it. Little song. You ain't got a microphone. Microphone. Okay. God, I can't believe I'm doing this. Now I'm nervous. Now I'm too nervous to fucking do it. Now I'm doing it.
Oh my god.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yep.
Gotta clear my throat. It's gonna be a good one. It's a little song called I Started a Joke. You ready?
All right.
Yep.
Fuck. I started a joke that Suicide Squad would save the DCEU. The trailers came out and I got overexcited. Then the reviews hit the net and they were worse than Dawn of Justice. Now I see that the joke was on me. Thank you. I'll be here all weekend. Yeah, I was really hyped for this movie.
Yeah, Suicide Squad.
Trailers were awesome, especially that first one.
Suicide Squad.
The extended cut. Yeah, I got it too right here. Yeah, I don't have. By the way, I don't have.
Well,
minutes
my
to go.
copy fucking don't want it no more.
I got the
Yeah, the trailers were so awesome. It was
They
the most
were.
hype, it was my most hyped movie of 2016. I was more hyped for this than Civil War. For fuck's sake. But man, I would consider this a disappointment. I don't hate the movie. I find some entertaining things about it, but it's not a good movie. It's not. The editing
No.
is one of the worst
That's
I've seen in a
not me.
long time.
I'll get into that when I
The
talk.
editing is one of the worst things I've seen in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And Jared Leto's Joker.
Oh.
I was looking forward to his take. I was looking forward to his take. I gave him a chance. I was excited. I defended the look, sort of. Except for the tattoos. I never liked the tattoos. But,
Fairview Joker.
man, him and Jesse Eisenberg are almost neck to neck of cringiest performance as a villain of 2016.
I prefer Jesse Eisenberg. Over
I can't blame you. I'm not even gonna fight you on this, but like Jared Leto, because it's different because I was looking forward to him as Joker. He sucked. He got a lot of the scenes were cut out, but what we saw in the movie, even the extended cut, he sucked. And the moment where it hit me was the club scene with the
Oh, God.
yeah,
Oh, the
the
gay
chick
Joker?
chat, yeah.
I can tell you really.
No, not that. When he's like, all that chit chat's gonna get you hurt, and when he kills.
Well, yeah, that's the same scene.
Okay, that scene started clicking with me. This is not working. He's not working for me. He's not doing it for me.
No, that's a woman, dog.
And she's like, his role in the movie was completely pointless.
Common? Is that his name? Is that really his name?
Isn't that the guy?
Common? Common, yeah, yeah.
Common the rapper?
Yeah,
right.
Rapper turned actor.
Oh. You just said it, Common.
Yeah, Common. Yeah, Monster T. That was the character's name.
Oh man.
Yeah. But the stuff I did like, the soundtrack, as random as it was, I really liked it. Every time, most of the songs that played, I liked a lot. Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn, good. She did a good job. Despite the material she was working with.
Even Price did the music.
I mean, like the actual songs, not the.
No, I know. I meant like the theme. I didn't know who did the theme.
Okay. The Will Smith as Deadshot, good. I like his character. Viola Davis as Amanda Waller. I liked her. She was menacing in a way. Jay Hernandez as Diablo and Jai Courtney as David DeBruma had their moments, and everyone else was wasted. And the villain, the main villain, the real villain in the movie, Enchantress, she sucked.
Yep.
Just a lame villain.
She is.
And yeah, I guess I'll let you guys go into the story, but it just didn't work as a movie.
But on top of that too, I'm just not a big Cara Delevingne fan.
Yeah, she's not the best actress ever.
No, I think you could have gone with. I mean, if you wanted to go with Enchantress, I think you should have probably chosen someone a little bit better.
They shouldn't have done an end of world story. They should have just done a smaller war.
That was the problem I had.
Yeah, okay. But I'll let you guys go into that more. And fuck, go ahead. Go next. Someone go next. I can't even. I
guess I'll go next. I guess I'll go. Like I was the same way with Alex. I was really, really excited like when that Comic-Con trailer hit. Just like I remember like that trail. I think the biggest problem. This is when I was really starting to hate like Warner Brothers here because, well, not to mention I kind of started hating Warner Brothers a little bit when they went into BVS and that they took out all that important stuff in the director's cut and they kind of made the theatrical cut choppy. Now, with this movie, what happened was, I just feel like when that first trailer dropped, it was really dark. It was very gloomy, and I'm like, well, for a movie called Suicide Squad about criminals, it would make sense for this film to be dark. But I feel like though. Well, but then I heard there were more reshoots that happened because of what happened with Batman vs Superman. They said it was too dark, so then they had to. Like people said it was too dark. We got to reshoot some scenes to add some more humor in there and things like that. I feel like though I don't know if Alex will agree with me on this or if you guys will or not either. But I feel like Suicide Squad was trying way too hard to be Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It really was. It was trying to be like Guardians of the Galaxy, but a DC version.
And it's ironic because now the sequel is being directed by the guy who did Guardians of the Galaxy.
I feel like, I don't really think it's David Ayer's fault for the way his movie got screwed up so much, and it was so noticeable because the editing, like Alex said, the editing was absolutely atrocious. I think the editing in this movie was way worse than Batman vs Superman.
Yeah, it was.
I thought the editing was way more choppier than the theatrical cut of BVS. Before I get onto more of the negatives, like the positives, I'll give Margot Robbie was my favorite part. She was good as Harley. I like Will Smith as Deadshot. I'm not the biggest fan of Jai Courtney because of Terminator Genesis and Good Day to Die Hard, but I thought Jai Courtney was actually surprisingly pretty decent in this. I thought he was pretty funny in some parts. Jay Hernandez was decent as Diablo. I like Jay Hernandez.
He's a great actor. I like him.
Especially really underrated movie, Ladder 49.
Ladder 49. He was in Hostel. He was in
Hostel. That's right.
Yeah.
Wasn't he in Quarantine as well?
Yes, Quarantine.
Yeah, he was. He was.
He's a pretty good actor. He doesn't get a lot of praise. You know, he's kind of underrated.
Other characters, like I said, I like Jay Hernandez. I like Margot Robbie, Will Smith, Jai Courtney. Amanda Waller and Viola Davis was really good too. I like her. I already touched on June Moon, Enchantress. Didn't really care for the character or the actors in general. Didn't care about Cara Delevingne. Adam Beach's Slipknot was really, really pointless. Very
I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm sorry anybody who was commenting I missed. Sean Ursher was here earlier. Sorry, Sean, I didn't respond to your comments. But now we got Bronco Juggalo in the chat.
Are you? How do you what do you live?
Yeah, I can't see the chat.
You guys gotta go to the YouTube, my YouTube channel.
I'm looking on live comments right now. I'm sorry. I'm like, oh yeah. Chucky Doll was in here. We have Forca or Forset 84, Venom Fanatic guy or Venom Fanatic Awesome Geek guy 2019. Oh yeah, Sean Urshan
was here earlier.
There's Bronco.
Bronco just commented. So hey, Bronco, what's up?
Hey, Brad.
Bronco. Hey, Sean. Yeah, sorry we missed your comments, guys.
It's my fault. That's on me. It's on me.
Yeah, Alex.
I actually didn't realize.
Sorry, I blame Jesse Eisenberg.
I'm at the peace. What's up, Bronco? How you doing, buddy? Sean, how you doing, buddy? Venom Fanatic, awesome guy. What's up? Chucky Doll, what's up? But going back to what I was saying before, like I said, Adam Beach is Slipknot, very, very wasted, very pointless character. I completely forgot Adam Beach was even in this movie, to be honest.
Waste of his talent.
Yeah, really.
He's an underrated actor.
Really was, yeah. Other ones, like I said. Oh, Bronco said, just wanted to stop. Are you the only one that can comment, Alex?
Yes, I think.
Because you're the one.
I think if you go to my YouTube channel, you can comment there. I think.
I can comment on here, but I just can't see others comment.
You have to go to the YouTube channel.
Let me try it.
You gotta go to the YouTube channel.
I know, but wait, what does this do? Hold on.
No. Just go to the YouTube channel. I think you comment there. If you're logged in your YouTube channel.
Okay.
Well, I'm not logged into YouTube, so I'm just gonna keep it track.
How can you see it, not Rob?
No, what happens is I'm on the window that I'm on. They're on the right hand side. There's a thing on the top that says private chat, and there's another one that says live comments.
Oh wait, live comments. Okay.
Yeah, live comment tab, and then you'll see the comments.
I got it. Okay. I got it.
I'm a noob.
I'm new to this.
Again, I'm the host, so I'm to blame. Okay, I'll take the fault for that.
Yeah, Bronco saying she wanted to stop in for a bit to saw you were live, watching Night of the Living Dead, things like that. So, hey, Bronco, it was cool seeing you, buddy. Thanks for watching out there. Sean Urshan,
Brad.
Thank you very much, guys, for tuning in. This is our new platform on here, StreamYard. Well, thanks to, I guess, Bronco and also for getting Alex to do this thing. You know,
he didn't tell me to do it. I just copied him or whatever. You know.
Anyways, getting back to the movie itself, like I said, going through the characters, I like Deadshot, I like Harley, I like Amanda Waller, Boomerang, Diablo. Didn't care for Enchantress. I didn't care. Slipknot was wasted.
Oh, wait, you didn't like when Enchantress was on the stage shaking her ass in front of everybody? Tell me you wouldn't.
That was only for like 30 seconds.
I mean, she's nice to look at. I will admit. I mean,
even when she was sloppy and dirty.
I liked her more when she was dirty. I
Dirty mind.
I don't know if Alex mentioned this or not, but Joel Kinnaman is a Rick Flag.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what? RoboCop, right?
Yep.
Yeah. RoboFlop, more like it.
That's true.
RoboCop.
Yeah. I like RoboFlop better because that's what it was.
good one. Yeah.
Honestly,
hold on. I got sorry. I got one better. Robo Schlock. How about that one? Continue.
Now, my question for you guys is this. Now, when you say you gave a big thumbs down to Joel Kinnaman as Rick Flag, I know originally it was supposed to be Tom Hardy.
I can't see him playing him that role though. I see him playing Captain Boomerang, but not Rick Flag.
Honestly, I can see anybody playing that part other than him.
That's true. I mean, like, it's just like the character, just like nothing.
You know who would have played a good part though? I think they should have got what was his name? Thomas Jane. They should have got Thomas Jane to play.
Oh, yeah, that would have been much better.
Yeah.
Thomas Jane. I think Thomas Jane would have been a better Rick Flag. Bronco asked a question real quick. Do you think the new RoboCop will happen? The creator backed out. I really don't even know.
No.
I would love to see a new RoboCop if they can get Peter Weller.
I doubt it.
Peter Weller is really.
He's up there in age.
Yeah, but he'll do a KFC commercial.
Going back.
What do you think of Killer Croc? You didn't mention him. You haven't mentioned him.
Oh God.
Oh, Killer Croc.
Played by Triple A. I'm not even.
Yeah, don't even bother pronouncing his
Triple
name.
A.
Triple A is Killer Croc. I really thought Killer Croc was kind of. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't say he was as pointless as like Slipknot, but
the look of him is great. But he just like
he didn't do
too much. Yeah.
No, he wasn't doing anything to do.
Beautiful bitch.
I like her.
I feel like when Alex mentioned like the song,
The soundtrack.
Yeah, like when you mentioned the soundtrack, I do like some of the songs, but I feel like though this is like one of those instances where the soundtrack kind of feels a little bit too random for me.
Yeah, it is random.
When was Killer Croc born in the hood? Like when was he grown up?
because Rob, because he's black.
About this, bro, I don't know if Bronco's watching, but
What do you think he wants to watch BET? He says that's the only request is to watch BET.
I don't know if Bronco's watching, but thanks for stopping. Thanks for tuning in, Bronco.
Yeah, thank you.
But yeah, now getting on to one of the major flaws with this movie is Jared Leto as Joker. I mean, granted, when I first heard the news that Jared Leto was casted as Joker, I was really excited.
Me too.
I'm like, Jared Leto will be a great choice. I mean, I like Jared Leto. I'm a big fan of Jared Leto as an actor. Requiem for a Dream, I like him in. I like him in Dallas Buyers. Dallas Buyers Club, he was really good too.
Even in Urban Legend.
Urban Legend, I like him in too. Really underrated performance by Jared Leto. I actually didn't think he did that bad of a job in the Mark. What was it? What was the name of the John Lennon? Mark Chapman.
Mark David Chapman.
Mark David Chapman. Yeah. For a second, I was going to say Mark Lindsay Chapman, but I'm like, wait a minute, that's an actor.
I thought he was great in Blade Runner 2049.
I almost forgot about that. That's a good one too. But his Joker, my God.
Fuck it.
Try hard. He tried it's way too hard.
Maybe it's not Jared Leto's fault. Maybe that's just the way he was.
No, he's part of the problem.
He was having fun. He was having fun with it. I mean,
I don't know. I don't really know if it was really Jared Leto's fault. I mean, I don't know if Jared Leto was told to act that way, or I don't know. I feel like Jared Leto can play a really good dark Joker and not be over the top and things like that, like he is in this movie. But my God, either way, whether if he was directed to do that or not, or you know what I mean, I just think his Joker was absolutely atrocious. I mean, I feel like if they want to go with a different Joker, like not counting like the Joaquin Phoenix Joker, like I'm talking about like a Joker movie within like the DC
an established franchise Joker.
Yeah, like not like the Joaquin Phoenix Joker. I mean, like if you want to go with a different kind of Joker within a different universe, I feel like there's some other choices out there. I think Will Poulter would be a good choice. Other ones,
Anybody else?
I mean,
At this point.
I can see Eddie Redmayne doing Joker. I mean, granted, I think Eddie Redmayne will work better as the Riddler, but that's just me. But yeah, Jared Leto's Joker was really, really bad. I didn't care for the design of Joker. I thought it was just way too over the top. And the one cool thing I will admit is when all the villains are telling their backstories, and when Amanda Waller's telling about the backstories of each villain.
The highlight thing, it's like stats or whatever.
Yeah. That when they get to Will Smith as Deadshot, there was a really cool cameo with Ben Affleck as Batman.
Yeah, I like that.
I thought that was cool. I thought that was a really cool scene.
I liked how he came down like Michael Keaton's Batman, like he did in the Burton franchise, like that.
And I mean, granted, Ben Affleck's only in it for that tiny bit, but he does really, really good.
But sorry, I'll let you wrap up so these guys can get their chance to rant on the movie. I want to hear what these guys say.
Yeah, but like overall, I mean, before I get onto that, my wrapping up my overall thoughts. I enjoyed it when I first saw it because I really wanted to like it, but then I rewatched it on Blu-ray because I have the digibook, and my God, it does not hold up at all. I think it's
I like it less and less every time I watch.
Yeah, I liked it less the last time I saw it. I mean, I just feel like, I don't know. I mean, it was really disappointing. I'd probably say it's one of my I'd probably say it's really at the bottom of my list for the DCEU movie. We'll get to that later when we rank them, but it's on the lower end spectrum of it. But positives: Margot Robbie, Will Smith, Jay Hernandez, Jai Courtney, Viola Davis. Some songs I didn't mind. I love some of the songs, but I think it's just too random of a soundtrack. I really thought it was trying way too hard to be Guardians of the Galaxy, and it didn't work. Bronco said he loves Suicide Squad. It's just fun. I can see people just putting this on and having.
And he said he didn't mind Leto's take on it.
He thinks it's better than another.
No, he didn't. Then I guess he's talking about cosplaying.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
or people were on YouTube 10 years ago trying to do Heath Ledger. I remember all those YouTube videos.
But overall, I say very, very disappointing movie. I mean, I enjoyed it when I first saw it, but rewatching it again didn't hold up. It didn't hold up.
All right.
So, Rob and Dan, you can go next now.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the big time rant.
All right. Thomas kind of touched on this a little bit, but to me, this is where the DCEU started to fail, and I blame almost all of it on Warner Brothers. I feel this movie, however, I think it was equal Warner Brothers, David Ayer, and it's like you had mentioned, Thomas, Batman v Superman. Warner Brothers, had that hour cut out for the theatrical run. However, I do know that they liked Batman v Superman. I remember apparently the screening that Warner Bros. Had, it was very high praise. They wanted it cut down just for time reasons, so they could have more showings per day.
I think the problem was, though, with that, they cut out the wrong stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like Warner Brothers was getting involved because there was a problem with the movie. This movie, however, I feel like they had seen the reaction to Batman v Superman, and they were like, "Hey, David Ayer, we want you to do." They did it was $20 million reshoots or some crazy amount.
Mm-hmm.
And David Ayer, I don't know if he tried to fight it or was just like, "Oh yeah, this is a good idea." But the movie's a mess. It is just
it is.
Place. It is just cut terribly. All right, I guess I'll go over the things I liked real quick because there's more dislikes. I thought Will Smith was good as Deadshot. I actually thought Jai Courtney was good as Captain Boomerang, and I don't like Jai Courtney, but I thought he played that character well. I didn't have a problem with Enchantress. So I know you guys did. I was fine with her, but what I had a problem with was her side of the story. That whole world-ending garbage. That did not work.
Very cool.
You know, it should have just been totally localized on that city. It should have just been like that. But yeah, I was okay with her performance. Let's see. Geez, what else did I like? Not much.
What you think of Harley Quinn?
Okay, so this is interesting because when I first saw it, that would have been a positive for me. I would have been like, yeah, I like that. I've only seen the movie a few times since then, but this is really my honest opinion on Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn. I feel like she has the look down, and I feel like she has the mannerisms down. Mm-hmm. But I do not like her vocal interpretation of Harley Quinn. I think it's wrong.
It changes in the movie.
It does, but I don't feel like the character or representation of how she articulates herself vocally. I don't think she's got it. So I'd say she's kind of just okay for me. Mm-hmm. I there's some times where I'm like, okay, that's fine, but then there's some I'm like, I don't like that. Okay, so yeah, that would probably be the only other thing I would say it's okay. Things I didn't like, wasted characters. Yeah, Joel Kinnaman. Can
I get a what?
So much exposition in this movie, by the way.
Yeah.
This is Katana. She has a soul-sealing sword. Stay away from her. This is Slipknot. Like, he has knots. He's good with the grappling hooks. I'm just like, come on. Like, this is ridiculous.
This is Slipknot.
Yeah.
The dialogue is pretty bad.
Yeah. Katana, wasted character. Slipknot, wasted character. Killer Croc, I'm sorry, but they needed to... I am all for practical effects, but this is a CGI character. This guy is immense in the comic book. He is a huge character. He's like, they should have went like Groot size.
Even the Batman the Animated Series, he was huge.
Yeah, so I didn't like that portrayal. Diablo, I thought was okay. I guess
he wasn't interesting.
Yeah,
I will agree that Katana was also wasted too.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm looking at the cover here. It's like Deadshot, good. Jai Courtney, good. Yeah, Diablo, okay. Harley Quinn, okay. Then it's like Slipknot sucks. Killer Croc sucks.
Should really not be on the
Katana sucks. Oh, Viola Davis was good. Jared Leto, you guys have said what you have about Jim Carrey's Riddler in this movie, and that's pretty much what he did. A big problem I have with this movie, but this is a big reason why this movie made money, was the relationship between Joker and Harley Quinn, which was not portrayed correctly in this film.
I agree.
That is really wrong. And I have this movie made money, and I
think it made just as much as I think Batman vs Superman.
Almost.
Domestically, it almost did. But for a budget of $175 million, it made $746 million worldwide. So I mean, it made money. But like, I have a niece who's in high school, and all she could talk about was like, "Oh, Joker and Harley are so cute together," and she loved that aspect of the movie. And I'm like, that was completely wrong. And
yeah,
and not only that, but Harley Quinn's I guess addiction to Joker was okay, but the Joker does not have that kind of attraction towards Harley Quinn. And I hated how Jared Leto played that off. And again, that's David Ayer's fault, in my opinion.
There are also some deleted scenes that actually specify that they left out of the movie where she's chasing Joker, and Joker's like, no, get away from me.
And he even hits her, like in the deleted
scene. They left that out of the movie.
Yeah, so again, I don't know. You know, who knows who's at fault for the editing on that, but...
Probably Warner Brothers.
Right back, guys.
Warner Brothers, probably.
And then, Alex had mentioned the soundtrack, which is a good soundtrack, but I found it very distracting. Unlike Guardians of the Galaxy, this movie, in like a 10-minute span, they play like 6 songs, like only like 15-second clips, and it's like right after the other. It's just like they were just shoehorning in like a little clip of music. It wasn't like they played it during like an entire fight scene or anything like that, which brings me to the fight scenes are mediocre. Like, there's nothing really that stands out in this film that I'm like, okay, that was a cool fight scene. the villains or whatever those like beings that are running around.
Oh, the putties.
Yeah, that's essentially what they were.
Yeah, they're putties.
Yeah,
Rangers.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
they even kind of like talk like the putties, like
yeah. There's so
Yeah,
much
it's
more
like-
I could say, but yeah, I mean, I remember when I saw it, I'm like, that was just okay. And then watching it on video, I'm like, God, this movie's terrible. And so that about sums it up for me.
Rob.
I fucking hate this movie. This is my least favorite. I hate it. I honestly, like everything Dan said, the only character I really liked was Will Smith, Deadshot, and they didn't do enough with him. I like the story with him and his daughter. I like when Batman comes down. I wish they would have done more with Deadshot. But I understand they had.
I kind of wish I would see that movie.
That would be an awesome movie. I think it would do well, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It had other characters to get to. Jai Courtney, I didn't mind. I thought he was good. Harley Quinn, I just thought was okay. Even from the first trailer, when I saw her, she's like, "We're bad guys. That's what we do." I wasn't even convinced. I was just like, I like you in Wolf of Wall Street where you get naked. That's about it. So, Jay Hernandez, I like him as an actor. I thought he was fine.
He was decent.
Yeah. Killer Croc.
Wasted.
Viola Davis, I thought she was like one of the best performances in this movie.
Very cold.
Really good.
You want to hate her. You want to hate her guts.
Mm-hmm.
Enchantress, I didn't mind. I don't like her motivation to take over the world. That's just
cliche.
It's cliche. Like every
The reason because people worship technology or some shit like that, right? That's like the only reason. Like that's what she says.
Yeah. The motivation, the execution of that.
They could have just left it alone. Just been like, she's an evil being and she's here to she just starts destroying the town. She didn't have to be like, I don't like technology.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about Jared Leto's Joker. Like, I understand they were trying to do something different. I understand they want to shy away from Heath Ledger. I understand they want to shy away from like Jack Nicholson and even Cesar Romero. But to me, he kind of felt like a mix of all of them. But then they added like the thug look to him, which I thought was a big mistake. Like he looks so stupid.
The tattoos.
No, when you watch this movie, it's almost like he's going to a Halloween party. It's like he's it just looks so fake. And I didn't mind some of the things he did in the movie or some of the things he said, but it's just it just comes off as corny to me. It just I didn't buy it. Much like Jack Nicholson's Joker, where he's serious and then he's being funny. The stuff that he says in this movie, I didn't find funny, nor did I find intimidating or anything. I didn't feel nothing with him. I was just like, I still think it's the worst Joker portrayal.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
I don't know if I blame Leto though. I mean, I think he tried.
He's partly to blame. I'm not saying it's all his fault because David Ayer's take. It was that.
Yeah.
Right. So
yeah, I think Ayer messed up.
There was some cool, like I like the Captain Boomerang and Flash scene where Flash shows up really quick.
Yeah.
And does that. Some of the action scenes, like where Deadshot takes out all those guys.
Putties.
All by himself.
Putties.
The putties. Takes all. That was awesome. Like I think Deadshot carried the movie. I think Viola Davis carried the movie. I think those two were like my favorites. Harley Quinn, like I said, this Birds of Prey shit. Like I don't even care to even see it. Like I don't know.
We'll see.
Anyway, that's all I'm going to say. The effects, the story was bland. The effects were just whatever. Okay.
Editing mess.
Editing was a mess. Very sloppy, like you guys said already.
Very sloppy.
Nothing really more to say.
Pretty much
said it
I
all.
want to add. This movie has a lot of bad dialogue, but it's like so bad it's good and funny to me. My favorite bad line in the movie is when Will Smith says to Enchantress, "Lady, you are evil." That just makes me laugh. It's so bad.
Well, the fact that Will Smith's doing it kind of makes me smile.
It makes me funny. Yeah.
Right.
That line is so terrible.
Yeah.
But you guys didn't think anything about the extended scenes or extra
Well,
scenes.
the extended scenes didn't really, not like Batman v Superman. Those extended scenes were really kind of
I
stupid.
will say, like, I liked like the extended bar scene. I kind of like that, like the a little bit.
I'll be honest, I can't even remember. Like, I don't even know
they're
the
not
differences.
they're-
It's such a bad movie. I don't even know.
The differences aren't even that. It's just like a little extension of a scene. That's all it is.
I feel like the extended cut of Suicide Squad really wasn't much home to run home about. I really don't.
And we saw a little bit more of cringy Joker.
Yeah, I just feel like we saw more of Joker, and I'm like, well, I wasn't a big fan of Joker in the first place in the movie, so I really didn't care to see more of Joker.
Yeah, whatever was added didn't make me feel any better about the movie. So
no, I feel like the BVS extended cut. That's an extended cut. I mean, that's an extended cut that is the definitive movie. But
the movie flow better.
The Suicide Squad extended cut. I mean, it's not like they added in a bunch of important scenes like BVS did. I mean, and it didn't really add much to the theatrical cut of Suicide Squad. It didn't add anything to it. So that's why I didn't really care to watch the extended cut more than once. I only saw it once, and I'm like, this easily could have been cut out, and it wouldn't made much of a difference.
Okay. I got nothing else to say.
So yeah, Suicide Squad is the first big thumbs down for me in the DCEU.
Yeah, this is going in the garbage tonight.
this is the film with the lowest rating on IMDb, 6.0.
And it was at a 26%.
27. So it's barely under Batman v Superman, which is why it's ridiculous.
That's fucking crazy. Come on, man.
Well, neither movie's good.
I can negative reviews for this, but I can't see it for BVS. Sorry, people.
Yeah. That's it. Like, yeah, you already mentioned the box office, so yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think Dan
It is the lowest rated, also not only on IMDb but on Rotten Tomatoes.
Is this
The movie's not even worthy to have a Target exclusive. Okay.
Did it have a Target exclusive?
Thomas has it.
I had the digibook of it. Yeah.
Man, I'm a completionist, but I don't think I can get that one.
The digibook's really, really cool looking. I mean, cool cover and all that stuff. But like I said, there's a couple things I can revisit, like the movie, and there's a couple things I like. But overall, I can't say I like it enough to give it a thumbs up. I just can't. It doesn't hold up.
So we'll kind of give it thumbs down. Maybe not give it a thumbs down. I just like parts of it. I don't like the movie itself.
Yeah, I give it a thumbs down too.
We'll
I'm like,
kind of all agree with it. I think I liked it more a little more than you. But yeah, that's Suicide Squad.
Suicide Squad. Yep.
So yeah, so Suicide Squad did not save the DCEU like I thought it would. But the following year we got.
Bronco just said something. Guys, I got to go and do this review. I'll check you guys later. Peace out,
Hey,
Bronco.
Cool. Thanks for watching.
See you. Thanks for watching. Bye, Brad.
Thanks for stopping in.
Yeah. So following year we got Wonder Woman, directed by Patty Jenkins,
In
who
June.
directed Monster.
Yeah.
And
I also
Tony,
have to look at
Tony
that one.
Gadot. And who hasn't gone first? Who went first on Man of Steel?
I did.
Okay, so we should let Rob go first this time.
Okay.
Okay. Sure.
Wonder Woman.
Then I guess I'll go first when we go to Justice League.
No. Dan will go first.
Okay. Did I go first before in the
No, you went first on Batman vs Superman.
That's right. That's right.
Fanboy,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, all right. So let's go to Wonder Woman. Okay. So Rob.
Okay. Yeah. Wonder Woman. I'm not going to spend long talk, but this movie blew me away, as it did a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
I really had no expectation for her other than we got a glimpse of her in Batman v Superman. So I'm like, I was already on board with her. I was like, okay. Saw the trailer, thought it looked pretty interesting. And when I saw the movie, I was pleasantly surprised on how much I liked it. I even took my dad to see it, and he's not into Wonder Woman at all, and he loved it. I mean, it's a good mix of action, story, just really cinematic. It's really kind of a big film.
Mm-hmm.
Jenkins, I give her all the credit in the world. She just, she really knows how to tell a story. Even the villain, which was Ares, I thought, a lot of people had a complaint with him. I actually liked him. I thought they did a good job for what he's supposed to be a god in a way. So it's like I thought they did a good job with that. It wasn't like he was trying to take over the world, kind of your normal cliche. It was kind of different from that. He was trying to turn men evil against each other. Yeah. So there was a different story there. So I was fine with that. Chris Pine, I thought he did a good job. There was some good chemistry between him and Gal Gadot, or Gal Gadot, sorry. Who else was in this? Robin Wright.
Mm-hmm.
Connie Nielsen.
Connie Nielsen, I know her from 1 Hour Photo. She was great in that. She's yeah. I like the whole story of how Diana, she was molded from Zeus, and then you see her when she's little, then when she's training, then when she first becomes Wonder Woman, she puts on the suit, all the action scenes. This movie is, you talk to pretty much anybody will say that Wonder Woman is probably one of their favorites in the DCU, like as far as these movies go.
Yeah.
So, I really don't know if I even have a complaint, really. I'm trying to think of one. Okay, maybe there is one nitpick. When Chris Pine, how he has the group, his group. Yeah. I kind of thought those characters were a little bland. Like I didn't really care about those characters as much. I kind of felt like they were just pushed to the side. You really care about Wonder Woman and then Chris Pine.
Well, they had to be in there because they're in the picture.
Exactly. I understand that. But I really didn't care for them. I was like, they're just not. I guess it's not a big deal. It's more of a nitpick. But anyway, I like the movie overall. I just thought it was really good. That's about right.
Who wants to go next?
You can go next if you want, Alex.
Okay, sure. Because I'm pretty much in agreement with what Rob said, but the only thing I don't agree with him is you say that you liked Ares. I thought he was serviceable. And same with the other villains.
Dr. Poison.
Yeah, them. They're serviceable. I didn't love them, but they're.
I didn't say I loved Ares. I just thought
he's really good.
I thought he was different from other villains because it wasn't your typical like, oh, I'm gonna destroy the world, but I want to take over the world and stuff like that's. But
like that whole final fight scene in the movie is actually my least favorite part of the movie. I don't hate it. I just don't. I don't think it lives up to like the stuff that happens in the first act and the second act. And I love the way Gal Gadot portrays Wonder Woman. Mm-hmm. Like she's naive but not dumb. She means well, but she doesn't understand our world, how things are just not black and white.
That was very well stated. I agree.
Yeah, I love the way she portrays that.
Fish out of water story.
Yeah, and the action scenes are one of my favorites in the whole DCEU, especially the No Man's Land scene.
Mm-hmm.
Which that's the one that everyone talks about all the time. Yeah. That is awesome. I love that.
I'll get to that when I talk. I'll mention a point when I get to my turn.
Mm-hmm.
That was great.
And you said you didn't care for that crew, the Chris Pine's crew.
I mean, I didn't.
They're fine. They were
whatever. You're not really focused on them.
I kind of liked how that one guy had kind of like they said that he kind of had PTSD,
right,
because of the war and everything. Like, oh, that's kind of like it's a little good, like a little character trait. But other than that, I can't really blame you thinking like that they're just kind of there. Because there's not that much development with them either.
I think I enjoyed the Amazon women. Like I enjoyed their characters more than Chris Pine's group.
Yeah,
Amazon women on the moon.
There's that. You for everything in that movie. But yeah, and I really loved the relationship with Diana and what is his name? Steve Trevor.
You can wrap her lasso around me any day.
Yeah. You'll be 100% honest.
Yep. About Suicide Squad. I'll tell her.
Yeah. But yeah. Other than that, pretty much agree with everything you said.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty simple.
Mm-hmm. And I liked it. You know what? I liked the like people always compare this to like first Avenger because it's World War.
Right.
Oh,
And
Yeah.
Thor a little bit. I actually like this more than the first Thor and the first Captain.
I agree.
Yeah, definitely. I agree.
Yeah, but yeah, this is one of my favorites of the DCEU. My first positive reveal of the night. Shit.
Well, I'll go next, Thomas. That way I'm not going last.
Oh, sorry. I have one last thing.
Oh, sorry.
Zack Snyder did help with the story.
Yeah,
I'll give him credit on that one. Yeah, whatever input he had, it was good. So,
him and Deborah Snyder.
yes.
Yep.
Oh, he did the story. Yeah,
He did the story.
Yep.
So I'll give credit where credit's due.
So what were you going to say, Dan?
Yeah. So
Oh, I was saying I'll go next if that's okay. That way I'm not going last for this and then going right into Justice League.
okay.
Well, you know what? That's why I said I'll go last this time.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So a little bit of a not backstory, but what's interesting is we've talked about how Warner Brothers kind of started to meddle into these films. Well, here's the thing: Warner Brothers didn't really care about this film that much at all. They were just letting Patty Jenkins do what she wanted, and they didn't think it was going to be as big of a hit as it was. So
they had no faith in the source material.
What's that?
They had no faith in the source material. That's why.
Yeah, and so it's a blessing in disguise in a way that they let Patty Jenkins do what she wanted. But I actually felt that this movie had a nice blend of realism and bringing the comic book to life in a sense. Because I'm a big supporter of the realism as far as of the Zack Snyder films, and I think this one tonally was still tried to go in the realm of realism but add the comic book feel to it, and I think that's why. I think it was a nice mesh, and I think that's why audiences were one reason why they liked it. It wasn't so gloom, I guess, is maybe how you would word it. But I love this film. I really don't have anything negative to say about it. You guys have hit on a lot of good points about I don't know who did the music, but I mean we already had the Wonder Woman theme from Batman v Superman, and that is a cool theme.
Rupert Williams did the music.
So I think the music's great. I think the movie's paced pretty well.
Yeah.
Considering that there's not, it's not like action after action after action. There's a lot of character development, and the chemistry between Steve Trevor and Wonder Woman, Gal Gadot and Chris Pine is excellent. They work really well off of each other. That No Man's Land scene, man, I remember getting chills in the theater when that scene came about. The special effects are great. I didn't have a problem with the third act. And I'm going to say this because you guys were talking about Ares. I think a problem people have is maybe they feel like he was underdeveloped. That's why you didn't really care about that character. But the problem that the movie faced was the fact that it's supposed to be a surprise that he is Ares. So it's like, what can you do? It's not like they could have built up that character during the film because they wanted it to be a big reveal at the end that, hey, this is Ares.
Well, she speaks about Ares a lot throughout the movie, so I guess that's the development.
Well, but what I mean is it's like we don't get to see the actor acting the part to feel a connection with that character.
Yeah.
But the general, whatever his name is, I thought he was fine, and I liked Dr. Poison fine, and I was fine with Wonder Woman's group of people. But yeah, really, just overall, it's funny when I left the theater, I was like, oh, yeah, that was a good movie, and then I saw it again a second time, and I was like, man, I'm like, that's a really good movie, and when I was going through the films, ranking them, which we'll do at the end or whatever. I was, trying to figure out where I wanted to put certain movies, and it was like this one. I was like, man, I'm like, I really can't think of anything really negative about it. So, it's a great film. I think based on what you guys I agreed with pretty much everything. So, there you have it.
All right, Thomas.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much in agreement with all you guys, pretty much. I think this was a big step up from Suicide Squad, absolutely. Really great direction by Patty Jenkins. Gal Gadot, this is her first Like, this is her as the star, like, not just the supporting character like BVS. But granted, she was really good in BVS, but this is her leading movie, and she does a really, really great job as both Diana and as Wonder Woman. I think she does a great job. Chris Pine, kind of an underrated guy, Chris Pine. I really enjoyed him in Unstoppable with Denzel Washington.
That's a good
Also, I think he's a pretty underrated guy. I really like him as Trevor. I thought he was really good.
Star Trek, yeah.
Yeah, Star Trek. Also, really enjoyed Connie Nielsen as Queen Apatola. I thought she was really good.
Oh yeah, that was all good.
Yeah, I think Rob said Star Trek, right? You said Star Trek, Rob?
Yeah, Star Trek.
Okay, yeah.
I'm trying to remember who else. I didn't mind Ares. I mean, granted, he wasn't like as good of a villain for me as, like, you know, he's not like a big villain like a Lex Luthor or, you know, a General Zod, but
He's better than Lex Luthor.
Definitely more powerful.
I think so.
Yeah.
But I thought Ares was fine. I mean, I know a lot of people complain about that he's a weak villain, but I actually don't think he is. I think he's a pretty decent villain. I didn't mind Ares. I didn't mind Dr. Poison either. Now, I was mentioning before when I was going to get onto my point about Warner Brothers, how Dan was mentioning about how they didn't really have much faith in the source material, and they left Patty Jenkins alone, let her do whatever she wanted. They let her make her own movie and things like that. But there was an instance, though, where they wanted her to cut out the no man's land scene. They wanted her to cut that out, and then she said, "No, I'm not taking that out." So she left it in there, and it's a good thing because when you think about it, the no man's land is like the best scene in the whole movie.
Yeah, it's one of the big points in the movie.
I'd love to know their reasoning behind that.
They sound pretty stupid.
Those executives wanted to take it out. I mean, this is when I was really starting to delve deep into the whole Warner Brothers executives, like cutting out the important stuff in BVS and messing with the Suicide Squad movie, and now trying to get Patty Jenkins to take out the no man's land scene. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's the best scene in the movie for me personally.
Yeah.
But like I said, like the action scenes are great, really great use of slow-mo. I really love the use of slow-mo. Really like the stunt work. The musical score, I actually looked up the composer. What was his name? Rupert Williams?
Rupert something.
Rupert Gregson Williams. I actually looked up his filmography. This guy's worked on quite a bit of movies. I'll name some. I'll name some good ones that he's done. I guess he works a lot with Adam Sandler on musical scores. He worked on Click. He worked on Click, Chuck and Larry, the Zohan movie, Bedtime Stories, Just Go With It, Jack and Jill, That's My Boy, Grown Ups 2, Blended, Paul Blart 2, The Ridiculous Six. He also did the musical score for Hacksaw Ridge, which is a good movie. And when we get to Aquaman and all that stuff, he also did the music for Aquaman too. But we'll get to that.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I didn't know that.
I love the music.
We'll get to that later. But yeah, granted, I think the musical score was great. I love the little riff that the Wonder Woman theme song has. But this movie overall is a perfect blend of nice of charm, but yet seriousness at the same time. Because when you think about it, the Wonder Woman's story is a fish out of water story. Like when
and I'm a sucker for that too.
Gal Gadot first goes to Chris Pine. She's like, remember when they're walking through the streets, and she's like, "Oh, a baby," and Chris Pine's like, "No." I think,
or the ice cream scene. The ice cream scene.
That's another great scene too. And Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman, she's passionate. She's in a way, she's kind of like a female version of like Christopher Reeve in a way.
There's that one scene. Yeah, that reminded me of the Superman in the movie where she stopped the bullet in the alleyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That was done.
She's wearing the glasses.
That was on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, but overall, I mean, a fantastic movie, really great direction by Patty Jenkins. I'm really looking forward to seeing what she's going to do with Wonder Woman 1984. Really looking forward to that. Gal Gadot was great. Chris Pine was great. Connie Nielsen was great. Action scenes were really, really well done. Really good music. Nice bits of slow-mo action in there, too. I like the villain Ares. And overall, I mean, this movie just has a lot of stuff going for it. I mean, I love the movie. Love it.
Okay.
So I definitely say it's on the top end of the spectrum for me for one of my favorite DCEU movies.
Did you guys want to add anything else?
Well, this one has the highest IMDb rating of all of the DC films, 7.4. It also holds the highest Rotten Tomatoes score, 93%.
Yeah, I believe out of all of them, it is the highest Rotten Tomatoes score for the DCEU.
Yeah.
I think it is.
Oh, yeah, I was going to add that another thing I love about this movie is how standalone it feels. There's not like references to look, Justice League or something like that. You know what I mean?
Or BVS.
Or BVS. The only thing is she gets the picture back from Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
That's the only tie-in to
Right.
DCU. Other than that, it feels standalone, and so I kind of liked about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got nothing else to add. It's a good movie.
Great movie.
Yeah.
I mean, what more can you say about Wonder Woman?
Oh man, we're giving Wonder Woman the Ant-Man treatment. We're just kind of like, what? You're good. Go ahead. Unless you guys have more to add. I got nothing else.
Nah, I got nothing else either.
Yep.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Oh yeah, and the movie ended up making $412 million domestically, 821 worldwide.
So it made more.
With the budget, $149 million. So yeah, huge hit.
So it definitely made a lot more money than Suicide Squad.
Yeah, it was
just a little bit. Yeah, not a ton more, but
it had a lot better word of mouth.
yeah.
Yes.
And this one, it wasn't sloppily edited like Suicide
Yeah.
Squad.
Mhm.
It was actually competently very well made.
Yeah. And speaking of sloppy, let's go on to our next movie. Later that year, the same year, we got Justice League, directed by Zack Snyder, the theatrical cut. It says in the credits, it said directed by Zack Snyder, so that's what we're calling it, directed by damn Zack Snyder.
Sloppy Joss Whedon.
Yeah, slash Joss.
But the credit says directed by Zack Snyder. Just saying. Those are the rules of Screen Guild or whatever the hell it's called. So yeah, who's starting this one? Who's next? Is it yeah, Dan, you said you want to start it? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, oh boy. Okay.
Calm down, Thomas. Calm down, Thomas.
This
You're
is
Going to
be a lot. I have a feeling.
Release
So-
the Snyder
Okay. All right. I gotta talk. Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about the Snyder Cut, but I am gonna talk about the story behind this whole thing.
Hold
okay?
on. Can someone hold up the Blu-ray?
the behind the scenes.
Yes. Okay.
Oh.
So
Oh, okay.
because
My eyes are burning.
yeah, production of this film was way underway.
Mm-hmm.
That movie Superman came out. So all of a sudden, Warner Brothers is like, "Oh crap, we didn't make $1 billion on our film. Zach, we don't like what's going on with this movie." So it's still never been officially said if Zach stepped away on his own or was fired. One or the other. But what we do know,
I think what happened was when his daughter committed suicide, which was sad.
Yeah, it's fortunate.
Yeah, I think what happened was they pretty much fired him, but they covered up the story. They covered that up by making it look like he left on his own terms because of his daughter's suicide. I think that's kind of messed up.
yeah, I mean,
We don't know exactly.
he's never
But I'm just saying, like, if that is the case, that's kind of messed up.
Yeah,
pretty shitty. I mean, the guy just lost his daughter. If they would have done that. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know the whole story, but Dan, you can continue.
Okay, so then you have and by the way, all of this is hurting the film because it's all out in the news media.
yeah.
Right.
Before the movie even comes out. But then they hired Joss Whedon to come in to finish post-production is what they say, but that's not what happened. They ended up doing like $30 million, I think, dollars worth of reshoots.
Yeah.
And it became a mess. The movie is totally it's all over the place.
Mustache.
Not to mention what Alex is showing, which was the fact that they wanted to reshoot a lot of Superman scenes, but Henry Cavill's working on Mission Impossible. So Warner Brothers goes to Paramount Pictures and is like, let us shave the mustache, and we will pay for all the CGI that needs to be done on Mission Impossible, because it's a lot easier to add a mustache than it is to remove a mustache. Paramount's like, no, we're not going to do that.
They can't just use a fake mustache. Like, this is theater, people. Like, what? Like,
so
come on.
So Paramount wouldn't release Henry from the contract to allow him to shave his mustache. So we get the CGI mess in the movie. That was before the movie came out. So everyone, all this is hurting this film, okay? Before it even comes out. Now, not to say that the movie doesn't have problems, but this is essentially this is the downfall right here.
Yeah.
Warner Brothers getting their hands into the business and just not leaving things alone. This is the reason, and I just want to bring up now that James Wan, when he was hired to do Aquaman, he said, you have to give me 100% control of this film or I will not direct it. And Warner Brothers went through. So he did that because he saw the meddling that Warner Brothers was doing. So, okay, that's pretty much that. So, all right, so we know Justice League has problems. And the funny thing is even though this movie has a lot of problems, I just can't help fanboying about this movie, honestly. Like, there are things that I do like about this movie, and I still, to this day, I can pop this in and enjoy this movie. I really can. But if I step back, I mean, the movie has problems. The editing and the choppiness and the tone, it's all wrong throughout the whole movie. And, Ben Affleck having to film a scene of him shaving to make it work. I mean, the scene where you see him on the jet or whatever, and he's shaving. They had to do that because the scenes didn't work out with him he had already shaved his face or something for something else, and they had to call him back for reshoots. It was another issue with that. Okay, you changed your look. Now we have to add a scene to make it work for the film. But I guess I'll talk about what I did like about the movie. You have the Justice League, and pretty much the actors, in my opinion, all did a good job. I know we already have Batman and Superman. We've already talked about those characters. Wonder Woman, we already know about. This is our first time seeing Aquaman, Flash, and Cyborg. I was fine with them. I know it is a different interpretation of the Flash. People are kind of torn as far as how they feel about that character. I thought, I don't know. I was fine with how they portrayed him. Again, I feel like in that aspect, we already have Zack Snyder getting an even younger Barry Allen for the role of Barry. I mean, usually Barry Allen's already like a crime investigator, at least 20 years old. Cyborg, I thought, from what we saw, I thought Ray Fisher did a good job. Jason Momoa, I thought, was fine as Aquaman. That's obviously this is a completely different kind of Aquaman that we've ever seen before. But again, I think Zach did it. I think it's interesting that he is doing a different take of these characters. The movie has fun action scenes, in my opinion. I like the Wonder Woman scene at the French bank a lot, and in fact, I think that might even be a Joss Whedon scene. I could be wrong. I think that might have been added later on, but
it does feel like tacked on.
Yeah. But the beginning, when the very beginning where Batman is fighting that criminal on the rooftops, that entire scene was Joss Whedon. It is terrible. It feels to me like when I'm watching it,
Joel Schumacher.
It does. It totally feels like a Schumacher scene. Tonally, it does not fit at all.
No.
Well, then talk about, of course, add the music.
Oh my God,
Danny Elfman.
I cannot. The biggest mistake in this film for me was the firing of Junkie XL and hiring Danny Elfman. And I like Danny Elfman, but his themes do not fit this universe. It totally threw the movie up. It totally
they fit the Tim Burton universe, but not this universe.
Yeah, like when I hear the Batman theme and the Superman theme in this movie, I hate that. It bothers me because it's like they're trying to be like, again, Warner Bros. Like, oh look, you remember these characters from this era, like.
Yeah.
But again, it goes back to what I said. A lot of people were complaining back in Man of Steel. Why aren't they using the John Williams music? And even Batman v Superman, why aren't they using the Batman music? And again, there we go.
Right.
Here you guys go.
Yep.
So it's just like,
yeah, Warner Brothers. It's like they're pandering. I don't know. Whatever.
They try to pander to like.
Yeah, they're pandering in the wrong way. They're telling. Yeah, directors should have control of their films. Okay, you shouldn't. I'm not saying companies can't like give opinions or give like
studio notes.
Yeah, give them notes or whatever, but don't be like, well, you got to do this, you got to do that. Okay, so the action scenes I actually like in this film. I think the Themyscirian scene, I like that scene a lot.
Yeah.
All the fight sequences, I just think it's so cool to see the Justice League. I mean, I think the fanboy me kind of overrides the technical aspects of it for me, but even with Steppenwolf, I feel like he was underdeveloped, but I did not.
I really thought Steppenwolf was kind of pointless.
Well, what I was going to say was I feel like I didn't hate on him like a lot of people did.
No, I don't hate Steppenwolf. I just think he was kind of just there.
And again, we don't know what could have been, but
right.
I was fine with him being a villain, and I didn't. People are like, oh, he looked like a cartoon character. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I thought it was okay. The end fight, I hate. You watch the trailers early on, and you can see how the lighting and everything was changed. It used to be like a nighttime, and now it's like bright red, like the whole end.
Yeah.
Fight.
Yeah.
Just tell everything was changed, but I will say that I know I'm kind of jumping all over the place, but the movies jumped all over the place.
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah.
Peter, I smiled when Superman came back and was being more, I guess, positive, or we got to see him using his powers and seemed more like the old Superman. Even though I do like I said, the other Zack Snyder's Superman versions and stuff, like I was totally happy with his portrayal in this film in a different light, I guess. But what else am I forgetting?
Did you find the humor funny?
Oh, no, the humor was hit or miss, but miss mostly.
Okay.
Especially,
whoa, thumbs down on the humor?
Yeah, especially Batman.
Yeah, that the humor was.
Oh, when Batman's like, oh, something's definitely bleeding. Oh my god,
it's time of the month.
That's that was cringeworthy.
Yeah, something's definitely bleeding.
Yeah, I didn't like. And you know what? Even God, I hate to say it, but like Ben Affleck, I feel like when he was filming some of these scenes, and maybe he was in the reshoots, I feel like his heart wasn't in it, man.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree. It's kind of like one of those things where like I filmed this already.
He was. Let's be honest, he was phoning it in.
Yeah, he was.
The scene where right after they wake, I think it's after they wake Superman up and he's bruised, and remember it's him and Wonder Woman having a conversation. Yeah. I'm just like, man, he seems like he don't want to be in this.
He seemed tired.
Yeah, like, and not in a good way. But then it's like you have that scene in the middle of the film when they're gonna resurrect Superman, and you hear there's like the one time you hear Hans Zimmer music at the Superman spaceship. I'm like, holy shit! Like, I totally felt like this is how this whole movie should have been, like with this kind of music. It totally felt good right there. So yeah, I don't know.
It seems like you want to love it or you want to like it, but you don't really.
It's more like I do like it, but in all fairness, it's not that great. Even though I do like it. Maybe that's maybe how I should see it. But anyway, that's basically my take on it.
All right. Wants to go next? Rob?
I can go next, I guess. I can be really quick. I agree with everything he says. Like, I like the movie just for what it is. It's me fanboying out seeing the Justice League together. It does have a lot of problems. One of which that I just think I just can't believe someone at Warner Brothers is like, okay, this is okay to release it with the stupid ass. The first scene we see is with his CGI face. Well, what do you think of Earth, Superman? Oh, it's like, who thought that was a good idea to just say, this is finished. We're just done with this. Fuck that.
Well,
so stupid. Like, honestly, isn't it sad that people on YouTube can create CGI effects on people and make it look just as good as people in
better
the business?
I'm sorry, I seriously don't mean to interrupt, but you made me remember one thing. They said that the executives at Warner Brothers did not want to push the movie back. What I mean is it was released in November. They didn't want to push the release date back until later that year because they could have worked on it more, but they would not have gotten their year-end bonus. That was a true thing that came out.
Good job. About money. That's what it's
that
about.
That was a true thing that came out.
That's not like a little nitpick thing. That's like a major thing.
It's distracting.
There's all this, like, it's almost all quiet. Like, you can tell people are like, what the fuck? Like, what is this? And like, man, that was just terrible. That's like the biggest problem. And, Steppenwolf, like, I thought he was an all right villain. There are times where the CGI could have been better. But, yeah, that's another problem, I guess. But all the Zack Snyder stuff, you can tell, like the Superman fight. When he's fighting the Justice League, that was the best part of the movie.
I love that scene, and
and all the Joss Whedon stuff, it just didn't fit. Like the color tone didn't fit, the music didn't fit, just none. It didn't match up.
The comedy,
the jokes, the comedy. You can tell it's all jossed up. But yeah, like I agree with everything Dan said. The movie, to me, I just like certain things about it, but it does have just a lot of problems. But the main thing is just I just cannot believe they were just, even though they won that bonus, they were just like, okay, they're so concerned about making the money at the box office. Did they even think that this was even going to have problems, or people are just going to go ahead and see it no matter what?
No, and this is unless you're done. Unless you're done, I guess I'll go next.
Well, I'm trying to think of something else.
That you liked?
I'm trying to think. There was one other thing.
How about what? Oh, how about J.K. Simmons?
I thought he was good. I had no problem with him. Cyborg was good. Aquaman was good, I thought. Gal Gadot, of course. Batman here and there was good. Superman, when he came back, was fine, except for the stupid face. Flash, I didn't really care for his costume that much, but I did like him as a character, though. I thought he was funny. I thought he was funny.
Yeah, he worked good.
But, yeah, some of the CGI effects, like I said, could have been better. Music could have been better. I know there's something I'm forgetting. I wanted to rant about.
Oh, the Russian family?
That didn't really bother me. I know they focused on one family, but there were other people in other apartments that Superman saved. So that didn't really bother me too much. But I would have liked to see Darkseid. But here's the thing: that big battle that they show with the Green Lantern or one of the lanterns, and that was really cool too. Like, I wanted to see more of that stuff too.
Wait, Ryan Reynolds was in the movie?
Well, one of the yeah. But yeah, just stuff like that, I wanted to see more of. But yeah, like the movie has problems. It's whatever.
This was the start of it turning into. I feel like they went way too comic booky, like Joss Whedon. And I gotta point out, like the Lex Luthor in the after credit scene, like it was like a completely different Lex Luthor because they were trying to make it like, oh, now he's comic book Lex Luthor.
Now he's bald and he's got a
Here's
suit.
the thing too, with the whole release of Snyder Cut, this is why people want it. Like, I think it's like we can't get any worse. Let's just put it that way. We can't get anything any worse. I think the well, BVS. Okay, you admitted you liked a lot of things, even with the Ultimate Cut. I think the Snyder Cut of this would.
But there was a lot of bad parts.
What? Yeah, I know.
We're already explaining them.
In Justice League, can you think of, you'll obviously say this when you go, but can you specifically say there's a Snyder scene in Justice League that you dislike?
Well,
but see, that's hard to say because we don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Okay.
Can't really say.
That's what I mean. So, all right. Well, that's
the only scenes we know for sure are Snyder's are anything from like the trailers, like, and if they weren't changed.
Like the first trailer?
Yeah, because there are scenes in the trailer that we don't even see anymore. Like where Cyborg like busts through that, like saves that cop on during the Superman fight, which is at night, by the way.
Right.
In the cornfield scene, in the trailer, that was kind of creepy. In the cornfield scene, when he's like, "I'll take that as yes," and she's like, "What?" And he's like, "The ring," and then she wakes up and he's not there. That scene was kind of like just creepy in a way. But they took that out too. That was there are certain things too that it makes sense. Like when she's like, "You smell good."
Oh my god!
And she's like, "What's it like being dead?" And he's like, "Oh, it feels all itchy." It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, what kind of dialogue is that?
You smell good.
Like,
what the fuck was that?
You smell good? You're dead. How do you smell good? It's not like you have Axe body spray on. What the hell, man? Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead.
All right, I guess I'll go next.
I'll say this, Alex. Unlike the other Zack Snyder films, we probably won't be arguing too much on this one.
I don't know. I mean,
no.
Here's the thing. Every flaw you pointed out, I kind of agree, pretty much, except some. Okay, I liked. I'll also talk about the things I liked. I liked Aquaman and the Flash. I didn't mind Cyborg. He was kind of there for me, to be honest. Wonder Woman, honestly, this is Gal Gadot's worst performance as that character because there are scenes where she's not good, and it's not her fault. I can't blame her because she was good in Batman vs Superman and in Wonder Woman. I think it's just the reshoots.
Which scenes were like?
When Batman brings up Steve Trevor when they're arguing like this. I don't think she did a good job. When she's talking to Cyborg, trying to convince him to join the Justice League. It's the one that stands out the most, where like Superman comes back to life and he starts attacking them. She's just like, Kal-El, no! Like,
oh no, I like that part.
Nah, she didn't deliver the thing. She didn't deliver it good.
When she yells,
it feels like a bad take that they kept in. Like,
I like that. She's being calm. Like Kal-El,
this delivery was bad though.
The way she said it, maybe like the how she.
No, Kal-El, no. Like, yeah, I feel.
I honestly think she carried the movie though. Like honestly, all
she tried. I think. I gotta blame Josh Whedon on this one because under Snyder's direction she was fine, and under Patty Jenkins' direction she was good. So it's like, I guess I gotta blame Whedon on that one, because they felt like reshoots too. Actually, you know what? I feel after seeing this movie, I feel bad now for Henry Cavill because again, like I remember how I mentioned, like when he's like being upbeat and all that, he does a good job despite the mustache crap.
Yeah.
And you know what though? When he chokes Superman, that's a fucking joke. Chokes Batman.
Yeah. When
he chokes Batman, and then he says the line back to him like, "Do you bleed?" That's actually creepy. Because the face makes it creepy, but he actually delivers it very well. And it's funny when he sees Lois Lane, he just throws Batman like a rag doll. That's kind of funny. But that whole action scene I like. Besides some like CGI is a little iffy. Like I liked, and especially the part where the Flash is going, he's doing super speed slow motion. And Batman looks at him and they make eye contact. Like his Flash's reaction is like priceless. I love that part.
Still doesn't make sense that he's able to walk around as Clark Kent though.
What do you mean?
Because Clark died.
Because Clark died in the paper, it even said.
And Batman v Superman in the paper said Clark Kent died.
Yeah, we didn't even mention that when we talk about Batman v Superman. Like, yeah, that's kind of that's kind of like a issue then.
It's like who gives a fuck?
Yeah, it seems like they didn't care. And yeah, just few like bits of humor I like. You're right, it is hit and miss the humor.
Yeah.
Some stuff I thought was funny. The whole Aquaman scene when he sits on the lasso of truth, and he's just going on his speech about like, oh right,
funny. I like
that. That was good. See,
yeah.
Good.
And then he tells after that he tells the Flash like, if you say anything, a word to anybody, I'll feed you all the piranhas I know.
Hey, no one's mentioned this yet, but what about with the way the Flash runs when it's in slow motion?
Yeah, that looks stupid.
It looks like he's hobbling.
Oh wait! You mean when he's moving normal speed? When he's doing the thing?
It's like he's running and it's like slow motion. Well, yeah,
It's like this. It's so weird.
Background, it's going so fast.
Yeah.
I love the one part that I'm at the one
Especially
part.
the end. The ending when you see him running at the end, he's running weird.
Flails.
I mean,
Uh-huh.
where it looks good. Batman's like,
Yeah.
Harry, you need to take a walk, and then all of a sudden he's like he runs really. That's a really cool scene. But otherwise, it's like when he's just
Yeah.
in water.
The one part that made me laugh was when Superman comes back to life and Barry Allen's going in fast motion, like, but he gets like going all in slow mo, and he has that look on his face, like, oh.
Yeah, I mentioned that. Yeah.
That's a great scene.
But like, yeah, like, some of the humor is like I said, it's hit and miss. One, like I could tell, you could tell when the reshoot is happening.
Right.
Like you see the actors, their face is a little bit different, their hair is a little bit different. You could tell.
Yeah.
Like, when Barry Allen is talking about brunch, you can obviously feel.
God, that's a bad scene.
Yeah, when he's talking about brunch, he's like for no reason, he just
That's like
brunch.
a
It's spoiler.
movie.
Yeah.
And then there's the cut scene. I think Snyder where Superman goes on the ship and discovers the black suit.
Yeah, that was a Snyder scene, but it was cut out.
And it had the Hans Zimmer music.
I
Right.
mean, I wanted to save the movie, but I guess it would be nice to see it.
Oh,
But yeah, but the biggest issue, like Steppenwolf, it's just like generic, want to take over the world villain, and his look I don't like, and it does look cartoony, especially at the very end, the final battle. It just everything just looks way too cartoony.
how dare you?
Yeah,
No.
it's just like, and like he just shows up, but like there was no development. He just shows up, and he takes the mother box, takes the other mother box, and he takes the third one, which is dumb. The last one he takes, they forgot to guard it. Whoops.
That's a stupid name, Mother. Mother.
Yeah.
Do you, Mother? In the Mother box.
Yeah, like I mentioned, like Ben Affleck felt like he was just phoning it in. Even like he was joking, like I don't not like you.
What was that joke that Cyborg says at the end when he's like, I can't feel my feet? He's like, how's that possible? I can't feel my feet or my legs or something.
That reminded me of the scene in Tobey Maguire Spider-Man when he sees that wrestlers in the stretcher like, my legs, I can't feel my legs.
But yeah, when Cyborg and Superman are both laughing after they pulled the box apart,
He's like,
but even Superman's line is cringeworthy. Whatever he says, like "I've been dead before," haha, or he makes some comment about being dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
One woman is like, children, I work.
You and I talk about this all the time, though. When Superman first shows up at the end, like you can't help but.
Oh hell yeah! That's why I actually, like I said, like I like Henry Cavill. I think his portrayal of Superman, before this movie and after, even though he's changed, is still great. I don't know.
I like them. That's why I kind of feel bad for him. Like, oh man, he's playing it like I think he could do a good job like this, like upbeat kind of Superman, who has that kind of faith in himself, and he's barely in the movie. And it's like, okay,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the way Steppenwolf dies, did it not remind you of the villain's death in the movie? The movie? No, not the Lion King.
Wait, he didn't die.
No, it reminded me of the
He didn't die.
It reminded me of the deaths, the villain's death in the We're Back, the dinosaur story. Remember that movie?
He just got shot back up the toilet bowl.
Yeah.
Remember in that movie, that cartoon movie, the dinosaurs were back with John Goodman?
Time Before Time.
No, not Land Before Time.
It is like Lion King because all them guys jumped on Scar and
They were on his team.
No, like, did you remember
I lied.
the We're Back, the dinosaur story with John Goodman as the T-Rex?
Oh yeah, we're back.
John Goodman.
Yeah, like freaking the villain's death with all the crows around him and eat him. That's what it reminded me of.
Don Goodman.
That's what it reminded me of.
We're back.
Yeah. Not much else to say. And you know what though? Watching it again, by the end, I kind of felt bored.
Worse than Suicide Squad?
No, Justice League.
Huh?
Justice League.
Justice League's worse than Suicide Squad?
I didn't say. Well, I don't know.
There
I
you
gotta think about that.
go.
I got my ranking already. You guys keep saying I don't know where my movies
I already know my right.
Surprise. They all suck. No, but yeah, it's just the movie overall is for me just kind of there. So
Okay.
All right, Thomas needs to go, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
defend this movie, Thomas.
I can't defend this goddamn movie.
Oh.
It's gonna be right.
I mean, the thing is with me, I was kind of going back and forth whether if this was my least favorite DCU or Suicide Squad, but I still have to say Suicide Squad is much worse than Justice League because I just feel like you know Justice League. I mean, I remember like I had the privilege of seeing this at a special screening before it was released in worldwide theaters. I don't know if I don't know if Rob. No, it wasn't in 3D.
Where's our special screening?
My special screening was at a United Artists Theater. And
Where's our special screening? Us. We chop liver here?
I was invited by my two cousins because they invited me to go see the special screening of the BVS Director's Cut. But so it wasn't really until after I saw the movie that I heard about all the bad behind the scenes work of what was going on. I don't know the whole details about the whole Zack Snyder leaving thing. I mean, granted, if the case is this, if it's the fact that Warner Brothers used his daughter's suicide as a cover-up story for him getting fired, that is pretty messed up, but I can't really confirm that. So I don't know, but if that is the case, then Warner Brothers, screw you. That's pretty messed up for you to do. But like
Warner Brothers.
But yeah, but the thing is though, I can pop in this movie. I mean, the reason why I was like all like mad in the beginning is because like I just because like all of the behind the scenes debacles of what happened with this movie is what pisses me off. It's just like, with Henry Cavill's fake mustache. I mean, you literally look at his upper lip. It looks like with me. If it looks like someone, if they try to do plastic surgery drunk, that's what it looks like. It's either that or it's like really badly photoshopped.
Those two kids that film in that video in the beginning should be like, Superman, what's wrong with your lip?
What's wrong with your face?
I mean, I noticed. I mean, I wish Superman could talk through me through the freaking screen.
What's wrong with your face?
I just want to know who thought it was okay. Like, if they reviewed the film, like, oh, look how this looks. Like, come on. Were they just sitting there all quiet? Like, come on. Someone had to have spoken up just because of
It's also really noticeable, too, when he
I thought no one's going to notice.
when that bothers me.
Also really noticeable, too, when he grabs Batman, he says, "Do you bleed?" And you can see, like, the close look up on his lips. And it's, like, it's really noticeable. It's like, God damn. And I think the reshoot, and on top of that too, the reshoot's costing a lot of money. I mean, I know this was originally like $150 some million worth of a budget,
Probably 200 or something like that.
or something. Like that.
I think it was 250, and then it ballooned to 300.
And you can see, and I can see why this film flopped. I can see why it didn't do as great as it did on its opening weekend because
the last movie wasn't good.
Well, the finished product wasn't good.
That's fair. I agree with that. That's fair enough. But
the finished project was not
much.
And that's the thing with me. It's like, here's the thing. If I were Warner Brothers and I was working for Warner Brothers, if I was like the head of Warner Brothers, this is what I would have done. You push Justice League back for at least another year or two, redo the script, and then redo it again. Like, don't try to Frankenstein Zack Snyder's vision and then bring it in Joss Whedon. The thing with me with Joss Whedon, I think Joss Whedon's involvement did more harm than good. I really do.
Definitely.
It did.
Definitely.
Because the thing with Joss Whedon is that he tried to make a Justice League vision into an Avengers vision with horrendous results. It's like he tried to make a universe into an Avengers universe, and it did not blend. Because there's certain scenes where
Rob wants to say something.
Huh?
Rob wants to say something. He wants to say something. You're trying to say something.
Oh, no, I just said he combines lightheartedness with grittiness, like the way
it doesn't work.
Yeah,
it don't work. And the thing with me is, like, I feel like when you try to Frankenstein Zack Snyder's original vision with Joss Whedon, your finished project is not going to come out good at all. It came out a mess. Now, granted, I'm not saying this is as sloppily directed as like Suicide Squad. Granted, that's much worse at the editing process, but still, there are still some scenes in this movie that just fall really, really short, and you can tell they were cut for time. And I feel like that this another thing about this movie that really hurt it is that basically the studio had to mandate it to a 2-hour running time.
Yep.
And it's like, you can't do a 2-hour running time for a Justice League movie. There's so much stuff you have to fit in, and you can't fit that within a 2-hour time period. You can't do that.
I want to ask. I forgot to mention this. Do you think it was too early to come out with a Justice League movie without developing Flash and the other characters?
I feel like I feel like that they really should have followed what the Avengers did. Because with the Avengers, they introduced Iron Man. Because like when you look at the Avengers, they had an Iron Man movie, they had Thor movie, they had Captain America movie, they had. Granted, they didn't have.
They had them all except for Hawkeye and Black Widow, who were in other movies.
It was their fifth film, wasn't it? Avengers.
Yeah, it was Iron Man, Thor, Captain America,
Hulk.
There's 2 Iron Man movies, remember?
Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, and Captain America were the only ones who had their own.
And Iron Man 2. So it was that Iron Man, Hulk, Captain America, Thor,
Black Widow
was
in Iron Man 2. Hawkeye was in Thor.
Wait, we already did an MCU retrospect. What are we talking about?
Well, I feel like this is what Justice League should have done, like the Avengers did. I think they should, because they had a Superman movie, then they had Batman within a Superman movie, then they had a Wonder Woman movie. So that's 3 characters. I feel like then they should have done Aquaman, then do Flash, and then do Cyborg, and then you do your Justice League movie. I feel like they really should have given Aquaman, the Flash, and Cyborg their own movies. But the problem was, though, with the Flash movie, directors kept on leaving, and they were hiring like a new director like almost every single week.
Well, they were hoping to catch up with the Avengers too.
Well, and again,
they didn't have a good grand plan.
No,
and I remember too, like a couple of the directors, like the director of Dope was going to do with the Flash, that didn't work. The director of Game Night was going to do it, that didn't work either. And now they got the director of the new It movies to do it. So I look forward to what he's going to do with the Flash movie. But this is just what hurts Justice League. It's like they only gave solo movies to 3. They only gave solo movies to 3 characters. They didn't give solo movies to other ones. I feel like also another big mistake was, like I think what Dan and Rob said earlier, is inserting in John Williams's score for Superman and Danny Elfman's score for Batman. It does not work within this DCEU. It works in the Richard Donner era and the Tim Burton era, but
why would they even put the John Williams music when he's evil Superman?
Did you notice when they play it, they change the key to make it sound like kind of like
modernized.
Like no, they make it's like dun, 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 dun. Like they did it like, oh, it's not the real Superman.
It's happening when he's evil Superman.
Right. I'm just like, God damn it.
They do it a couple.
Like I said, this movie. Trying to wrap up my overall thoughts on the movie, but this movie has way too many problems for me to like say this is a good movie. Granted, I think Suicide Squad is worse, but there's like too many problems with this movie that I can't say I like the movie. I think I can pop it in and have some fun with some fun moments in there because I'm granted fanboying over Justice League. I grew up with the Justice League cartoon and things like that. It was just cool to see like a Justice League movie.
Like the end credits. Did you guys like the end credits?
But the thing is, though,
not the Lex Luthor garbage.
The Lex Luthor thing, no, but I did like the Flash Superman race.
That was a weak entry, by the way.
I will admit to you guys, the post-credit scene with Deathstroke and Luthor, that was definitely a Snyder scene.
Oh,
that was definitely Zack.
Yeah, I think it was.
I remember the concept for Deathstroke way early on, before Justice League even came out.
Right. Well, at that point, Warner Bros. Probably told Zach, "Oh, you need to make it more comedy."
And Zach,
Flash, that was obviously Joss Whedon.
Now, going into the rest of to wrap up my thoughts, Henry Cavill really good, except for that goddamn upper lip. Can't get over that. I'm sorry. But I thought he was fine. Ben Affleck, there were some moments where he's good, but I feel like there's some moments during the reshoots where his heart was just not into it. I will admit Gal Gadot, still does fine, but not as strong of a performance as Wonder Woman or BVS. I actually like Ezra Miller as the Flash, but I just feel like some of his comedy was kind of hit and miss, but I thought he was funny. But I just think like the humor overall was more missed than hit for me. Like I said, the whole running gag about brunch didn't really get that at all. Cyborg was fine. I like Ray Fisher as Cyborg. When he said "booyah," I kind of got a smile out of that.
Yeah,
because I grew up with Teen Titans, the cartoon, and I'm like, that gave me that gave me a smile. Like when he said "booyah," I kind of geeked out a little bit inside. Jason Momoa's Aquaman was good.
All right.
Oh, my man. But the thing is, though, this movie just has so many problems. Like the 2-hour mandate running time really hurt the movie. The reshoots did more harm than good for the movie. I think Joss Whedon did a really, really poor job of trying to make a Snyder vision into an Avengers vision. It just did not blend all well together at all. Granted, despite the fun camaraderie between the Justice League, I mean, it was really fun to see them interacting with each other on screen with each other. I thought they had good chemistry, and there were some fun action bits here and there too. But the humor was more missed than hit for me. That's one big flaw. The 2-hour running time, the reshoots were, the musical score was. Getting rid of Hans Zimmer and Junkie XL was a big mistake. Bringing in John Williams' score and Danny Elfman's score didn't work at all. It works for the other movies, like the Christopher Reeve and Michael Keaton movies, but it doesn't work for the DCEU. It doesn't work within this timeline.
Well, we're all in agreement, at least.
Yeah, it's just, this movie just has way too many problems. The very hit or miss humor.
They said that.
On top of that too, there were some. When I talk about the reshoots, it's like there are some moments where, like for example, like the one big flaw I have with this movie, it's a really big one for me. It's probably my biggest complaint about the movie is the way they brought Superman back. I thought was lame. I really do think it was a lame. I really thought it was a really lame way to bring him back because. When you think about it, when the trailer for I think it was on Comic-Con, the trailer debuted for Comic-Con, there was a scene where Alfred said like you said you come, now let's hope you're not too late. That's not even in the movie, and the black in the movie. There's a lot of stuff in the trailer that's not.
Remember all the that's
Kat Dennings is Supergirl? What?
Granted, I haven't seen this much footage missing in a movie since freaking Paranormal Activity 3.
You can say it's in Suicide Squad.
And Suicide Squad, yeah. But the thing, I hated the way They brought Superman back. Most of the humor was bad. I mean, some of the other some of the dialogue was pretty bad too. I mean, there were some scenes that I like. I like Jesse Eisenberg and Deathstroke at the end. I like that.
Gross.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
Gross.
You didn't like Deathstroke and Lex Luthor at the end?
No, it felt like they were in a different movie. Like it didn't feel like it felt like, oh, here, this is Jesse Eisenberg playing Lex Luthor in like a totally different type of movie.
In this one though, he's more toned down because he's now serious.
Yeah, but I liked him in that movie.
Deathstroke looked cool, but it didn't seem like it fit too well.
It's kind of weird seeing him go from Flash Thompson to Deathstroke.
Yeah,
it's kind of funny.
What's the actor's name?
Joe Manganiello.
Magnanello.
All I can say is he's with Sofia Vergara, lucky bastard.
What?
He's with Sofia Vergara, lucky bastard.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's true.
Beautiful woman, Sofia Vergara. But yeah, this movie just way too many problems. It's definitely another big thumbs down. I can
setting up a movie that's never gonna get made.
I feel like if they reboot, I know I read on Twitter that J.J. Abrams was talking about doing a reboot of Justice League. I would like to see that. I really would like to see J.J. Abrams do a reboot.
Alone until
I'm just gonna say this right here. Like if Henry Cavill, if they recast him at this point, then they might as well fucking stop with this whole DCEU because it won't.
He's done.
No, it has not been officially said.
No.
Nope.
When we get to Shazam, I'll explain why.
Well, no.
We already know that.
The Shazam thing was a scheduling conflict. They tried
I don't buy it.
What?
I don't buy it.
Okay.
They're a bunch of liars.
Yeah, but wrapping up my overall thoughts, Justice League was another thumbs down for me, but not as big of a thumbs down as Suicide Squad because I still think there are some better things in this than Suicide Squad, but there's way too many problems for me to say this is a good movie, so I say it's a thumbs down.
Justice League bomb at the box office.
Bomb, big time.
Bomb.
It's like Bane and Robin.
Would you really call it a bomb though? It made $657 million on a
$300 million budget they had, which included the remake.
Add the marketing to it.
No, but you said bomb.
Yeah,
bomb. Like it like.
Well, a flop, or disappointment, whatever you want to call it.
It'd be compared to like Avengers, like what it did at the box office. I guess that'd be.
Now, Black Panther made more money in the U.S. than Justice League did.
Yeah.
Deadpool made more money.
Yeah. Now, what's the IMDb rating for Justice League?
6.4.
And the Rotten score?
Rotten Tomatoes is 40%.
40%.
That's way higher than BVS.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
Warner Brothers is probably like, oh, we're going in the right direction now.
Yeah, it's only a 12% better difference.
Well, as of now, this is the last screw up.
Yep.
But okay, always shaking your head. What's going on? But anyway, let's move on from Justice. Aquaman. Aquaman came out the next year. Like you mentioned, directed by James Wan, the guy who brought us the Conjuring films and
Saw
films, and the first Saw.
And Death Sentence.
Death Sentence, yeah.
And Dead Silence.
Yeah, of course, Jason Momoa coming back as Aquaman.
Yep.
Getting his own solo film. I guess I don't know. I guess I'll go first in this one. I liked it. It was a fun movie. Story was fine. I liked Jason Momoa. I liked Amber Heard as Mira. I liked Willem Dafoe. I liked Patrick Wilson, Nicole Kidman, and Django Fett.
Yeah, Tamiris Morrison. Yeah.
I always call him Django Fett.
Django Fett, yeah.
And the action was good. I like the visuals of the Atlantis, and yeah, it was a fun film. That's an overall thoughts on it.
You can't forget Dolph Lundgren either.
Of course, yeah, Dolph Lundgren. Yeah, Dolph Lundgren.
Yep.
I must break you.
So, anybody else want to go next?
I'll go next. I'll do mine really quick.
Sure.
I really like this movie. I was blown away. Like, I love the underwater stuff. I was curious how they were going to handle that, and I thought it looked beautiful. This movie's like beautiful.
It is.
Visually beautiful, yes.
James Wan, he knows how to do horror, but he proves in this movie he knows how to do action and mixed with some horror elements, because this movie does have a little bit of horror in it, with the whole trench scene. But yeah, I agree, Alex. Like, I think Jason Momoa did great. Amber Heard, everyone was awesome. The action scenes were awesome. I really loved Black Manta when he got. That's probably my favorite action
I wish
scene.
he was in the movie more though.
Well, I think they're saving him for the sequel.
Yeah, I know, but I literally like this character. I want to see more of him. That's why.
I want to just stress. I cannot stress this enough. Patrick Wilson as Ocean Master was perfect.
Was
Yeah.
good.
When he had the mask on, oh my, and he's going like this.
Yeah, he looked.
Oh my god!
Just like the comic book. Yeah.
He's so awesome.
And it would make sense for him to be in this movie because he worked with James Wan before.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Insidious and in Conjuring.
Another good actor. I liked Jason Momoa, I think, in this more than I did Justice League.
Yeah,
Because he had more to do. It's about him. But yeah, overall, I really don't think I have a real complaint about the film. I like the overall story, the action scenes, and everything. Yeah, I really like this film. It's very well done. I put it up there with like Wonder Woman because it's a standalone film on its own, and Warner Brothers didn't have any control over, like Dan said, James Wan said, I'm doing this and you keep your ass out of it. So it's like, yeah, I just think it's a great standalone movie. So yeah, that's my take.
All right. Dan?
Oh, okay. I like Aquaman. You guys have covered a lot of great things already. I feel like the effects were great. It does look very beautiful. And I feel like this film, they went a little bit more comic booky than, let's say, Wonder Woman, but that was okay. I was okay with it. It wasn't like Joel Schumacher bad. They actually, some of the shots, they tried to frame it like a comic book. Some people kind of complained about this, but I thought it was kind of cool how, like, when Ocean Master, he's like, call me Ocean Master. And, like, Black Manta's like, I'm Black Manta. Like, I actually thought that was kind of cool, like, in a movie sense. But, yeah, good action scenes. There was a lot of, it kind of felt like Indiana Jones, like, they went to, like, eight or nine locations.
I was going to say that. Yeah, it felt sort of like that.
Yeah, so that was good.
It's kind of adventurous.
I would probably. Oh, and the soundtrack was great. I thought the music was really good.
Soundtrack, yeah.
Soundtrack was really good.
I mean, I don't want to say this is as a negative, but I can't say I'm 100% sold on Jason Momoa, honestly. And I feel like I think he does a fine job, but I don't necessarily think he's maybe has the acting chops to pull off like a great.
He's not the greatest actor.
Emotional scene, and there isn't really one for him in this movie. Like when he finds out his mother's alive and stuff, it's like you don't really see. He tries to kind of.
Yeah, okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah, so like I feel like, could he pull off like a really emotional scene if he would need to do it? That's my qualm. I think he does a fine job with the material he has, but I'm curious if I just don't know if he could pull that off. But yeah, I'm not hating on him. I just that would be my only thing. So
he definitely has the charisma.
Yeah, he's got that, and I like the fact that they again. Jason Momoa, I gotta say this, Alex. He's Zack Snyder's biggest supporter. I don't know if you ever follow.
Yeah, I see.
No, I've heard of that too.
He's all about Zack Snyder. He's like, I wouldn't even have this job without him, and
that is true. That's something that because of Jason Momoa and Gal Gadot, Zack Snyder's the reason why those two have.
Jason, he admitted on Twitter. Jason Momoa said that he's seen the Snyder Cut. He said it would blow your mind.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Well, after Batman vs Superman, I doubt it. For me, at least.
He said except for Alex.
Yeah, that's what he said. I heard him.
At least he's cut now.
Yeah. But anyway, that's all I got. Go ahead, Thomas.
Yeah.
For me personally, going. Let me take a sip of water real quick.
Get it, water.
Yes, talking about underwater movies. This one, yeah. But overall, I mean, this movie was visually beautiful. It was really, really well done. Another really great solo film into the DC universe. I really love this movie a lot. I got to see this in the theater during the holiday vacation. It was a great time.
Yeah.
Actually, I actually took my mother to go see it, actually, because my mom is a pretty big superhero fan herself, and she likes Batman and all that stuff and all that. So we went to go see it together, and she liked it too. Because she's a really pretty big Nicole Kidman fan, so she likes Nicole Kidman, so she went to go see it for that.
Sorry to interrupt, but it's funny you mentioned all this because I took my dad to see it, and he said one of his superheroes. He'd never been a big fan of superheroes, but the one he always liked was Aquaman because he was different from all the other superheroes.
Mm-hmm.
He said, and I know, and it's fun fact about my father, he always had a crush on Nicole Kidman. That's one of his big celebrity crushes.
How about that?
That's like probably the number one crush. He said.
He looked good in Days of Thunder and all that.
Yeah, and that's another reason why he wanted to see it. When I told him Nicole Kidman's in the movie, he's like, "Hold on, I want to see it." Yeah, and he liked it too. But go ahead.
Forever. Oh.
Yeah, Batman Forever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good movie.
You like the circus? Dr. Meridian, do you like the circus?
Yeah. When he says like, "I can't wait to get you off that dress," what he said? I don't know. He's out of those clothes and into a dress. Yeah, but go ahead, Thomas.
It's the car where chicks dig the car, right? I want a car. Shut up, Robin.
This is why Superman works alone.
Robin, you know what? You know what, Robin? This is why Superman works alone.
Oh, God.
But anyways, going back to Aquaman. Yeah, I took my mom to go see this in the theater. We actually went to go see this, I think, the weekend after it was released. And because it was during holiday vacation for me. Yeah, it was. I think it was after the Christmas holiday. I think, or it might have been a few days.
The week it was during Christmas.
Yeah, it was around that time. Yeah, but we had a fun time. I had a really fun time seeing this. It was a really well done flick. I think James Wan did a great job directing. Like, I'm a big fan of James Wan as a director. Really enjoyed the first Saw, the Conjuring movies. I like the Insidious movie. I like Fast and Furious 7 that he did. Shows that he can do action movies. I think Jason Momoa does a great job as Aquaman. I think he was better in this movie than he was in Justice League. Amber Heard does a fine job as Mira. I thought Patrick Wilson was great as Ocean Master. You have Willem Dafoe in the movie. It was really cool to see Willem Dafoe. Also, I forgot.
As a good guy.
Yeah, as a good guy. It was. I mean, granted, he's only in it for a tiny bit, but Dolph Lundgren.
You know what? I expected him to have to make a villain turn like, I tricked you this whole time. Aquaman. No. Actually, I like that he was good the whole time.
There was a couple times I thought he looked like Green Goblin.
He's that voice that he has, just surrounds you all the time.
Wearing too.
Yeah. Misery.
Nicole Kidman does a good job. I don't know if you guys mentioned this, but like the teenage version of Aquaman was Ludi Lin, who was, I think, the Black Ranger in the Power
was
Ranger.
that him?
Yeah, that was Ludi Lin, the Black Ranger from the Power Ranger movie.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, that's if you look back on
Was
it,
it
you
him?
recognize him. Yeah, that's
Okay.
him.
What?
What Power Rangers?
Wait,
movie?
the reboot?
The
new one.
Yeah, the scene where Willem
I need to
Dafoe.
look that up, actually. We need to fact check that. Fact check.
Oh, didn't it?
Yeah.
Fact
Well,
check.
He looked younger there, though. Huh.
We need to fact check that. I need to fact check that. But go on.
Hold on, I'm actually looking it
Know
up.
that.
No, I'll look it up. Go. You keep talking.
No, I'm reading at my notes.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just reading at my notes. But really great musical score too. I like the music. The same guy that did Wonder Woman did the score for this one too.
That's cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a really good score. And on top of that, too, the one thing that really stands out about the movie is the visuals. The visuals in this are absolutely gorgeous. I think I love the way James Wan directed the movie. It's really, really well photographed, really, really well directed, beautiful visuals. I thought the story was fine. It was a fun flick. Like I said, the cast works well. Jason Momoa, Amber Heard, Patrick Wilson, Dolph Lundgren. Granted, he's only in for a tiny bit, but really cool to see Dolph in there. Willem Dafoe, Nicole Kidman, Tamira Morrison. I really like the guy that played Black Manta. I thought he was really, really cool. Can't wait to see more of him in Aquaman 2.
I gotta correct you, Thomas. Ludi Lin played Captain Merc. He did not play young Aquaman.
I thought it was the teenage.
No. It was a different actor. It was not Ludi Lin. So
Yeah, because Power Rangers the movie came out first, and he seemed like he was
he's
younger.
like he's one of the characters, like the ones that have like the freaking tank helmets or whatever. Like those ones that try to
Yeah,
The guard.
attack them. Yeah, to attack him. Yeah, he's one of those
I
characters.
kind of got confused on what his character was. I could have.
Is he the one that put his head in the toilet? Because that's the first time I ever seen in the movie, from my knowledge, that somebody purposely, a character, put their head in a toilet themselves. Other than, other than Home Alone 2.
Yeah, but wrapping up my overall thoughts. I mean, overall, really, really fun flick. Overall, I'd really say this is a big step up from Justice League, big time.
Yeah.
A big thumbs up for me. So Aquaman's definitely a good one.
yeah.
What? What was that?
He's like, Anyway,
but you know what? What I also really liked about Jason Momoa's Aquaman is I always thought the character Aquaman was kind of lame. Granted, I never read the comics, but just the pictures of them, like, it looks like Aquaman. A guy talks to fish.
Right.
Yeah, but like I kind of like Jason Momoa made Aquaman kind of a badass.
Yeah, they did.
And yeah, they make him look, especially the submarine scene at the beginning. They make him look like a giant. In comparison to the guys he's fighting, and I like you know how I mentioned I didn't feel like Henry Cavill Superman had growth in Man of Steel. Like I feel the exact opposite because in this movie at the beginning he's kind of a dick because he lets Black Manta's dad drown. It's like, hey, save my dad. Like, no, fuck your dad. He just leaves. Like, God damn, Aquaman. But he learns from it though. But he learns that he realizes it was a mistake and created an enemy by doing that, by not saving people. And I like that.
movie made a buttload of money.
That's
Yeah,
true.
made over $1 billion.
Yeah, that's nuts. That's the highest.
That's the highest grossing DCEU movie so far.
Yeah.
And the Rotten Tomato score, what was it, like 64%?
65.
65.
The budget was around like $200 million.
So definitely made definitely the highest grossing movie.
Well, because it came out at Christmas, that helped a lot.
Yeah, that's the thing. It did help that.
And it took a lot of people by surprise. Yeah. I don't know what you're saying. You okay?
I'm humming.
It's got a 7.0 on IMDb.
I think it deserves higher than a
A
7.
little higher. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Aquaman too.
Yeah, I am too.
Like,
Definitely.
we're gonna get more scenes with Black Manta.
First, Steve,
DC's making the Trench movie, which is fucking stupid.
Trench movie?
Yeah, they're making a movie about the trench creatures.
Oh, those creatures that take them in the boat.
Yeah. That's
Oh,
own
yeah.
movie. It's own movie.
Yeah.
Come on, Warner Brothers. You guys are fucking idiots.
you're watching this, you're fucking idiots.
But you guys have anything else to say more about Aquaman?
No, it's
good.
a pretty movie.
It's a pretty movie. All right. Then after Aquaman, a few months later, we got Shazam.
Shazam.
I thought Tobey Maguire first referenced it 2002. Shazam.
Didn't get a Digibook exclusive.
Go, web, go.
Yeah.
It didn't get a Digibook.
Web. Up, and away, web.
Shazam. But yeah, you know what? I don't. Okay, I hope you guys don't mind, but
Yes, I do.
I okay. Okay. First of all, it's directed by David E.F. Yeah, Sandberg, who he did Lights Out, the horror movie Lights Out. Another horror director. But I feel like, especially after rewatching it again, reminding myself, like, oh yeah, I think Thomas should go first because this movie takes place in Philly.
It does.
So Philly boy should go first. Go ahead, Philly boy.
Yeah, I mean, this was really cool that Shazam took place in Philadelphia. It was really cool to see like a superhero movie, that something that wasn't an M. Night Shyamalan movie take place in Philadelphia, like an actual like superhero comic book movie.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, because you had like Unbreakable and all that stuff, but
Well, Rocky's a superhero.
Well, I'm talking about like comic books.
In Rocky 4, he is, yeah.
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 Not all superheroes wear capes.
Well, me being the Philly boy, going first makes a lot of sense for me. But yeah, this movie, I didn't really know much going into Shazam. I really didn't. I didn't really read too many of the comic books of Shazam. I knew of the character of Shazam, but when I heard that this was being filmed in Philadelphia, I was really pretty excited about that because it's I'm from Philly boy. But really was impressed with the cast. I like Zachary Levi. A really underrated movie that Zachary Levi was in was a film called Spiral.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you heard of Spiral.
I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
With it's directed by Adam Green and Joel David Moore.
Is that a horror film?
Yeah, it's a horror movie. Joel David Moore from Dodgeball, and
yeah, but when you said Adam Green, yeah, he usually does horror films.
Well, I think Joel David. I don't know why Joel David Moore was attached to it, but that's a different story. But
well, because he's working with Adam Green and Catch It.
Yeah. So yeah, but Zachary Levi was in that one too, and Zachary Levi was known for a couple other things too.
It's the first time I've seen him.
Yeah, but this is like his very really first like big movie, Shazam. I thought he was really really good at Shazam. He was a really likable character. And I'm just looking down at my notes just to make sure I'm not forgetting names. So I want to just look at my notes. What's his name? Oh yeah, Jack Dylan Grazer, who was Eddie Kazmarek, and It was really really good. Also, it was really cool to see people like Adam Brody in the movie. I don't know how you say this guy's name, but Djimon Hounsou.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who?
Who? Yeah. Korath and Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
It was, and on top of it too, I like Mark Strong as the villain. I like Mark Strong.
Oh, sorry, we forgot to mention how Lawrence Fishburne was not in Justice League. Why was that? Why is that?
Well, I don't think Commissioner Gordon in that one either, because that's how barely he is in that movie too.
But yeah, go on.
But anyways, yeah, Shazam was. I think this is a really great humorous comic book movie for the DCEU. This is how you do, a comedic, like lighthearted movie the right way. The most like Suicide Squad trying to make that lighthearted, that's the wrong way to do it. Or Justice League, like that's the wrong way to do it. This is the right way to make a lighthearted comic book movie in the DCEU, because you never really had any studio interference with this, because I think it's directed very, very well by David Sandberg. Was a really big fan of Lights Out. So when I heard he was doing the Shazam movie, was really looking forward to seeing what he was going to bring to the table as a director for this movie. And I think he delivered it very, very well. I think Shazam was a fun flick. I'm going to have to think about where that's going to be ranked in my DCU when we get to the end. But Shazam was a lot of fun. Being from Philadelphia and being filmed in Philadelphia was already cool in my book. So seeing that was a lot of fun. Really cool to see some of the locations around Philly. Zachary Levi did a great job as Shazam. I like Jack Dylan Grazer. It was really cool to see him in the movie. Djimon Hounsou was really good in the movie. I like Adam Brody. I like Mark Strong. The direction was very, very solid by David Sandberg, and I wanted to see who did the music. Benjamin Wallfish, the same guy that did the soundtrack for, same guy that composed the music for Blade Runner 2049 and the It movie did. He composed the music for those. So and it makes a lot of sense. But Jack Dylan Grazer from It kind of makes sense for him to be a part of the project. But other scores that this guy did, he also did Lights Out, which makes sense because David Sandberg directed Lights Out. He also did, trying to look at some other ones. He did, Lights Out, Cure for Wellness, Annabelle Creation, It, Blade Runner 2049, Shazam, and of course he also did It Chapter 2 as well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Dwayne Johnson was actually an executive producer.
Right.
Yeah, because he got his Black Ed on.
That's right.
And we're still waiting for him to show up.
Yeah, but wrapping up my overall thoughts on the movie, I thought it was a really fun movie. Really like Zachary Levi, the rest of the cast. Being filmed in Philadelphia was fantastic. Just love the fact that it was filmed in Philly because that kind of made me geek out a little bit, I will admit. Overall, a really fun flick, and I would have to say this is another really big thumbs up in the right direction for the DC universe. So definitely a big thumbs up for me.
Okay. Rob, Dan, whichever.
You can go next, Rob, Dan.
Dan, Rob.
Okay. Okay, so I thought this was a good film. Zachary Levi, really, I feel like he was kind of perfectly cast. I thought, he did a really good job. And also, the actor that played Eddie Kaspbrak from It, they bounced really well off of each other. Zachary Levi, like his delivery and his comedy is really good. I enjoyed that. This is kind of like, would you guys agree? It's kind of like the Ant-Man of like the DCEU, like
Yeah.
Okay, so not more of a simple film. I liked the group of orphans, I guess that what you call them.
The foster kids.
Yeah, the foster kids. I like their personalities. I did like each of the actors that portrayed them, and it was pretty touching. The kid Shazam, Billy Batson, when he found his mom, I thought that was pretty good. I feel like that was well acted. The film was well acted. Mark Strong was, I guess he was fine. We lost a great villain in Sinestro with him. I mean, I don't mean to bring up Green Lantern, but he was that was like the one good thing about that movie, and like I wish like somehow they could bring him back in there, but whatever.
Dan, I think Green Lantern should be our Ang Lee's Hulk of the DC discussions, like Ang Lee's.
Yeah,
how was it? That's what it is. Just bring up Green Lantern.
I will say this. I felt the third act was a little underwhelming, and I did not care for the Shazam kids. But here's the thing: that is in the comics. I feel like that should have been introduced at a later time, like in a different film. I feel like it kind of pulled away from the Shazam himself, that character. But I mean, it was good. I guess I don't really have too much negative to say about it, other than, like I said, I thought the third act was a little underwhelming. But yeah, and that Superman cameo, I'm telling you, they tried to get it to work out.
I know, but I don't buy the scheduling conflict.
Okay,
I don't buy that one. I know Henry Cavill was supposed to do it. I heard the rumors beforehand. But go ahead.
That's all.
All right, Rob.
I hated this movie.
What?
I'm just kidding. I thought this movie was okay. Honestly, I thought it was fine. It it doesn't. I don't think it mixes well with the other movies because this is so light tone that it's like he said, it's like the Ant-Man of Marvel. And when you compare it to all the other ones, I don't know tonally if it fits.
I could see that.
Though I think Zachary Levi did awesome. I think he was funny. I think the jokes hit. I like the orphan kids, like he said. The villain I thought was weak. Dr. Savannah. I thought he was weak.
Yeah, see, I thought he was just okay too. I mean, I wasn't
Mark
impressed.
Strong, I like. I mean, like, you know, I like him. And the kid who Jack Grazer, whatever his name is, I think he was good. I do agree with the end battle. I think it kind of took away from Shazam himself, having all the kids be Shazam. I mean, I understand that's how it's supposed to be, but I think they should have saved it. That was kind of a big reveal, to be honest, and they saved it to the end of the movie. But all in all, I just think the movie did its job as far as being a comedy. That's what Shazam's all about. And there's not really too much I can say. It's pretty simple. It's just a pretty simple like film. I just think it's fine at the most.
Okay.
So.
All right. Well, I love this movie. This is by saying that you already know what my number one is. Spoiler alert. Yeah, this movie took me by surprise. I didn't expect much from it, other than it's probably gonna be a fun movie. No, I really love the story to it. I love the family thing to it, which that always gets to me when done right. Yeah, like you guys said, Zachary Levi was great as Shazam. Mm-hmm. Also, the kid who plays Billy Batson when he's not Shazam, he's good too. He's really good too.
Yeah.
And I like this story about he's trying to find his mom. And when he finally does find her, the reveal that she just left him, she abandoned him. Which it's funny because like it kind of reminded me. I don't know if you guys felt the same way. It kind of reminded me of Joe Dirt. Like when you found it, we didn't lose him. We just left them.
I never connected those.
Yeah, it reminded me, but not in a bad way. It just reminded me, like, oh yeah, shit, like, you got abandoned when the whole time he was looking for them. Yeah, and yeah, like you guys said, the foster kids were good, but I disagree about the third act. I think the third act works fine. It's just more smaller scale compared to like the other DCEU movies that we're getting used to.
Well, just to reiterate, it wasn't necessary. It was. I feel like it was the Shazam kids is kind of what
the creatures were cool.
Yeah,
I like
but I like how that goes with the family thing though. They're all working together as a family as superheroes. I like that. That's what I like about it. That's what I thought it worked.
I think that kind of took away though from the Shazam character because we were just getting to him.
We got enough time just with him being the superhero.
Yeah, but we didn't get enough time really to see him do his thing.
But because he's just a kid, it's like he's gonna try. But
grown up, I'm saying, like when he's adult Shazam, I didn't feel like we got enough. You know what though? You guys see Ant-Man? It also kind of draws comparison for me a little bit the tone of the MCU Spider-Man movies, which I think this is a lot better than both the MCU Spider-Man movies. To be honest, like this is exactly like. Oh man, it feels. The heartwarming scenes and like a young kid being a superhero, I think it's more earned in this movie for me when compared to I fucking comparing MCU. Sorry, I should never bring that up. But we don't Spider-Man no more.
Yeah, that's true. I don't even feel bad. I don't. And you said that. Villain was just there. I really like the villain. This is my favorite so far DCEU villain.
Wow.
I like the story. Like when he was a kid, how he was just treated bad by his.
Luthor's better.
You like him more.
Lex Luthor.
You like him more than Ocean Master?
Yeah, I honestly do. I like this. I like his backstory, like how he was just treated like terribly.
Like Deathstroke.
Yes.
Who appeared in 1 second?
Yes, and I like them more than Enchantress. And the Joker.
You like her dancing, just a minute.
And Zod. and Ares and Doomsday and every other villain.
Oh, God.
I just said God. But yeah, I mean, I liked how he used the 7 deadly scenes with the creatures, and that scene in the office when he go in the boardroom.
When they kill people.
That was fucking awesome. I love that. That was creepy. And they're like,
scared.
You watched Nightmare on Elm Street, you bitch.
No, because you know what though? It's funny you mentioned it was scary. It scared you because like when I was watching it, I was like, I didn't expect that scene to happen like that.
That's exactly.
And I took my nephews to see it. I was like, my reaction was like, holy shit, this movie just got dark. Like when he throws the guy off the building, I was like, holy shit.
My kids have seen all of these movies but Suicide Squad, and Shazam is their favorite.
Yeah, I see why.
It appeals to kids.
Yeah, we're all kids, right? We're all kids at heart. But yeah, like that's stuff like that. Wow, they went there, and I thought it worked. And because it's directed by a horror movie director, so of course he knows how to do horror. I don't know what you just said.
Nothing. He said we're all kids internally.
Yeah. Yeah, and I love the final battle when it's Shazam versus what?
You said I love the final battle, and I said what?
No, when it's like kind of the same visuals as Man of Steel, but it's more smaller scale. Obviously, lower budget. And I like how Shazam they sort of parody the final scene, the final fight in Man of Steel, where the villain's talking to the hero from far away, and obviously he couldn't hear him realistically.
Yeah.
You know, are you doing the villain speech? Because I can't hear you. And Mark Starn doesn't notice. He keeps talking. I love that part. But yeah, and I hope they say they're gonna make a sequel. I hope they do, because this is
What's the thing? If they have Black Adam in it.
Yeah, you know what? I think they should just add Black Adam for the sequel. They should.
Black Adam's not even a funny character. Like, are they going to make it funny, or are they going to make it?
Well, they might be making a Black Adam movie like before.
And that's just the Rock trying to get like
more money.
Yeah, he's just.
I don't know.
No, but he should be. I think if Warner Brothers was smart, they would put The Rock in the sequel as the Black Adam.
Yeah. I don't even want to talk about the upcoming DCEU.
Maybe Matt Reeves will change everything.
But yeah, I really love this movie. I really liked it. I really enjoyed it.
Worse.
Ah, cool.
This is the first like really glowing review I've given to any of the movies. Not that I don't like any of them. Like I like Aquaman. But this one, the only what?
Nothing. I'm just joking.
You said you were a sour.
You're being a sourpuss.
Yeah, I guess. I had to end the show with being positive, you know.
Yeah, hey, that's good.
But
good.
This is Well, this is my favorite. This is my number one.
All right.
Obviously, yeah.
All right. Yep. Well, that is it of all the DC films so far.
Yeah, that's all of them.
Now, before we rank them, I mean, next movie is the Joker, but
that is not part of the DCEU for sure.
Yeah, that's not.
They're calling it. It's like their dark universe. It's going to be like a separate entity.
Okay, so really the next one it would be Birds of Prey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
God.
You have barely even seen any footage. How can you judge it?
What I've seen, I hate.
But it looks no different than what we've seen with Harley Quinn. It looks no different than Suicide Squad. It just looks, I don't know.
Well, the trailers can be deceiving.
That's true. We'll
If
have
I
to
see
see.
Killer Croc, then I'm going to throw up.
I like her. B-E-T.
Bitch.
Yeah. But yeah, you guys want to go rankings?
Sure. Okay. Yeah. I think let's do it like we did before. How we just each say our 7, then 6, then 5, then 4.
Yeah, there's 7. There's 7 films so far. So yeah, number 7 wants to go first.
You want to go from 7 to 1 or 1 to 7?
7 to 1.
7 to 1. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so you want to go first?
Go ahead, Thomas.
I'll go. Okay, I'll go first. From me for 7-1, my worst one would be Suicide Squad. That's number 7 for me. Number 6 for me.
Wait, hold on. No. We're all doing 7 together.
Oh, I thought we were doing them all at
No.
once. Okay, number 7 is Suicide Squad.
Okay.
Dan?
Agreed. No, my number 7, Suicide Squad.
All right. Rob?
Suicide Squad.
Jesus. It's not for me. It's not Suicide Squad.
Can I guess?
God, I need to.
You have to be different.
See, if the movie was directed by Zack Snyder, it would be my number 7.
CBS.
Man, I cannot believe that you hate another one over that movie.
Yeah,
man.
really. It sounded like you really hated Suicide Squad.
No, I said I like parts of it.
What?
But you like?
Wait.
Okay.
I'm gonna say
my number 7.
Man of Steel.
Which one would?
Yeah, I have to go. I have to go with Man of Steel. I have to go with Man of Steel.
Alex.
I have to go with Man of Steel.
I was right.
Wow.
Man,
I have to go with Man of Steel.
Alex.
I don't like much anything in that movie. That's
Yo, Alex, we just got a new commenter in. It's a crazy Joe from
okay, stop. Just stop in to say hi. So is that new format cool? Yes, it's good. It works. Crazy Joe.
Yeah.
And he says he likes Suicide Squad. So then again, he is crazy.
I'm glad,
Joe.
I'm glad someone likes it. I'm not.
Bronco said he liked it too.
Well, crazy Joe.
Crazy Joe.
So Alex, just to reiterate, so out of all the 7 films, the one you would want to watch the least is Man of Steel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Sorry, not sorry.
So me.
Look at my name. Snyder hater, of course.
So me, Suicide Squad, Dan, Suicide Squad, Rob, Suicide Squad, and Alex, Man of Steel.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Controversial.
Okay. Number 6.
Number 6. Number 6 for me would be Justice League. That's my number 6.
Okay.
My number 6 is Shazam.
What?
Wow.
Wow. That's the most. Oh, go ahead. That's fine. It's
Dan-
your opinion. It's your
like-
opinion. Jeez.
My number 6 actually changed because when I actually thought about it, I'm like, I'm making some, there's some good points being made. So I'm gonna say for my number 6 would be Justice League.
Okay.
It was switched. I was gonna say
Okay.
shit. But-
Jesus Christ.
I'm like, I do like.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to react like that.
Oh no, hey.
It's kind of a toss up. I don't.
Uh-huh. Then did I react like that when you guys put Incredible Hulk last?
Yes.
I think I did. Yeah, I did. Pretty sure I did. Sorry. Go ahead. You say okay. It's my whose turn is it?
Yeah, it's your turn.
My turn. Oh, sorry. My bad. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Okay, my number 6.
Yeah, what's your number 6?
Oh, surprise, surprise! Batman v Superman: Dawn of
Of course.
Justice.
Boo.
Dawn of Justice.
That's
The extended cut, the ultimate cut.
People would be like Suicide Squad over that.
Yeah.
Because it's
Wait,
not.
is all that chit chat gonna get me hurt? You
So you
sweet
feel like-
talking me?
You're like Enchantress.
Uh,
It wiggles that
Go ahead.
booty. All right.
All right, so let's hit those again. Thomas said what movie?
My number 6 was Justice League.
So you both said Justice League. I said Shazam. You said BS.
Yeah.
BS is right.
Just a bunch of BS around here. You're BSing me.
Okay. Number 5.
Number 5 for me. Now this is one I think it's tough for me because I really do like the other DCEU movies. But this is a tough one, number 5. But so far I have Suicide Squad and then Justice League. So number 5.
Oh shit.
This is tough. I have to say Shazam.
Oh my god.
That's my favorite.
I'm done.
I gotta say I agree with Thomas in that when I was ranking these, besides Suicide Squad, which I knew was going to be last, I had a hard time with the others.
Yeah.
Me too.
Unlike the Marvel films, I feel like those I was able to kind of do pretty easily. But anyway,
Yeah, Incredible Hulk. Fuck that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I was Suicide Squad.
This is the last show we ever do, ladies and gentlemen. Clearly, we cannot be friends after this.
Oh boy.
All right, so 7 Suicide Squad, Shazam 6. My number 5 would be Aquaman.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Next.
Number 5, Shazam for me.
Okay. I don't know what's going on.
Alex is giving up. He's just like, whatever.
I give up. All right. I'm next, right? Right?
Yep.
Okay. My number 5 is Suicide Squad.
Okay.
Finally.
Jeez, I was wondering where it was.
You thought it was gonna be number 1?
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
You were lying about Shazam.
Yeah, Suicide Squad. It's not. I didn't say it was a good movie. I just said I like things about it. Oh, you know what? Fuck. My bad. Sorry. I retract this.
What?
No, sorry. My number 5 is Justice League, not Suicide Squad.
What?
Yeah. Justice League, number 5.
I'm starting to really like Suicide Squad.
I like Suicide Squad more than Justice League.
Well, you can
Oh,
admit
my-
one thing, though. The Zack Snyder films got better for you as they went.
Sure. Yeah, I admit that. Not that they're any good.
Snyder hater.
Yeah, I'm proud of it.
I'm proud to be Lex fanboy, so I'm proud of that.
Yeah, that was number 5, Justice League. Sorry.
So what are we on now? Number 4?
Number
Yeah,
4.
number 4.
So let me see. I'm just recapping my thing. So Suicide Squad, Justice League, then Shazam. We're on number 4, right?
Yes.
Yep, number 4.
Man of Steel.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
Man of
So my number 4 is Justice League.
All right.
Number 4 for me, Aquaman.
All right.
Okay. Then, okay, now number 4, Suicide Squad for real this time.
All right.
All right, top 3.
Yep.
All right. Top 3. Number 3, Aquaman.
Nice.
Number 3 for me, Batman versus Superman.
All right.
3 for me is Wonder Woman.
Ooh. Okay.
Cool. We got the team number 3, Rob. Wonder Woman.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, sorry. Fuck. I'm fucking up. Sorry, my bad. Sorry. It's been a long day.
tricked you, Rob.
Aquaman.
Yeah.
Aquaman. Number 3.
Me and him got the same number 3.
I'm sorry. I'm just fucking. I fucked up the show. Sorry, guys.
You did.
I'm done. I'm done after this show.
Right.
I'm retiring.
Number 2,
It's over.
Yep, number 2.
Wonder Woman.
We're all over the place. This is fun. My number 2 is Man of Steel.
Especially me.
All right.
My number 2 is BBS.
Ooh. Okay.
All right. For real this time. Get it right, goddammit. Number 2, Wonder Woman.
All right.
Yeah, why did I say Batman versus Superman? That's not what it is.
V for Vendetta.
Number 1, I guess, for all of us, right?
Number 1.
Number 1, BVS Ultimate Edition.
Okay.
Gross. Sorry, I've been an asshole this whole damn podcast.
Dan?
Number 1, Wonder Woman.
Oh.
Number 1, Man of Steel.
Ooh, Man of Steel is your number 1. Very good choice.
I mentioned that earlier on.
Yeah, I'm about to say, yeah,
He did give it away.
it's a good movie.
My number 1, Shazam.
Yep.
Wow, we all had very different lists on this one.
Yeah.
I like the fact that we had like different lists. It's unique.
Yeah. This is a lot different from the MCU show that we did. MCU shows.
Yeah.
Yeah, I fucked up on my rant. I'm sorry, guys.
What? What? Who cares?
Just Alex, just go do a 7 through 1 now, just so it's clear.
Okay, to clear this. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay, number 7, Man of Steel. Number 6, Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. Number 5, Justice League. Number 4, Suicide Squad. Number 3, Aquaman. Number 2, Wonder Woman. Number 1, Shazam. There you go.
That's all
Shoot me now. Yeah. Wow. We got on over 4 hours now.
4 hours.
Yeah. I knew it was gonna be long. I thought it was gonna be longer actually. I thought our Batman vs Superman conversation was gonna be 2 hours.
Yeah. It went quite a while.
That one
The
went wild.
first half we were talking a lot more than the second half, but that's probably because of the problems we had.
There was a lot to cover. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, there was.
BVS and Justice League.
So make clear, we're not gonna talk about Joker unless it's in our top 10 of the year. Later.
Right.
Right. Okay. It's not part of DCU.
Yeah, because Joker,
Standalone. Okay, fine.
because Joker is not.
Fair
in the
enough.
universe.
All
So
I
that's
have are
all.
thoughts.
What?
All I have are negative thoughts.
Uh-huh. Some people say that about me, but
Well,
yeah, shit. That's it.
That's it.
yeah, we done.
That's it.
Yeah.
You guys are not looking forward to any of the future DCE movies?
God, I don't know if I want to even get into this.
Wonder Woman 84?
Okay, yeah, I'm excited for that. But Warner Bros. Is doing like, oh, we're gonna have 2 universes now, and like, how are they gonna even continue their extended universe when they've got rid of, Ben Affleck is not gonna be Batman? So I don't know how they're gonna. I mean, the Matt Reeves films are taking place in the past, so that can be explained away. But what about the future? Like, they don't have, and if Henry Cavill doesn't come back, it's like, how are they're focusing on these characters? Like, why are they not trying to build up their universe of main characters? Like, get the Flash movie out, get the Green Lantern movie out. Instead, we're going to get a Supergirl movie, we're going to get a Trench movie, we're going to get Birds of Prey. Like, why are they making these side stories?
And Green Lantern is in the promo in the beginning of every film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't know. I don't know what Warner Brothers is thinking. Like, from the get-go, like the fact that they were rushing to catch up with Marvel for no reason. Like, why do you need to be equal with them as far as like where you are? That doesn't even make sense.
Like, why do we need a Birds of Prey movie? Like, I just want to know.
Oh, and Suicide Squad too.
Before we establish main characters, why do we need a Birds of Prey movie?
Right. Exactly.
It could be fun. I don't know.
Because they're trying to appeal probably to younger.
But like, those are like phase 3 movies, in my opinion. Like, not like.
There is no faces.
Let's establish a Batman universe first.
Well, that's what they're doing with the Batman.
Yeah, but okay, but let's establish it first, and then have your stupid Birds of Fags.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
In the Matt Reeves films, the funny thing is if they recast Alfred and they recast Gordon, then it's going to be it's not even in that universe. So then it's like they have 3 universes going on.
What's kind of funny is me and Alex were talking about this the other day. You know who will be a really great like Commissioner Gordon?
J.K. Simmons.
Bryan Cranston.
Bryan Cranston.
I thought Bryan Cranston would have been an awesome Lex Luthor.
Yeah, but then it happened, right? Right?
What?
It didn't happen, right?
Didn't happen.
Yeah, I know. I said it would have been awesome.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Right?
I know whatchamacallit just turned down the role of Alfred in the Batman.
James Bond.
Pierce Brosnan.
Pennyworth.
Who turned it down?
Pierce Brosnan.
Pierce Brosnan.
So
Pierce
what?
Brosnan.
Put the
So is there 3 universes now?
No, it's 2. It's 2.
No, it's going to be the
There's a
one
dark
the one we already have.
And a
Yes.
universe.
The Joker Dark Universe.
Yeah.
The Matt Reeves series.
Well, how do you know the Matt Reeves doesn't connect with the Joker?
Well,
It could.
it's not going to be.
Well, we'll know because in the beginning
like
it's part of the dark.
Seriously,
universe.
the Joker film is going to be
A huge hit.
It's going to be like not even why even call it the Joker? Honestly, I feel like it's gonna be not really connected at all to like the Batman universe. I'm excited for the film. I think it's gonna be a great film, but I don't think it's gonna have any connection at all to anything.
Well, the Wayne family is in it, so
they say.
I mean, no, Thomas Wayne's gonna play.
Wayne's in it, but it's not like he's gonna be like, oh, it's probably gonna be in like a 5-minute scene. Who cares?
I don't know. I haven't seen the movie yet.
I have.
Sure. 10 out of 10.
Man,
I'm so mad at Warner Brothers. They just
Why? Because they're making good movies.
well, no,
good movie.
Like Shazam, like Aquaman.
The point I'm trying to make is this good movie, this Joker film. It's not like it's connected to. They've like given up on what they've already started. In a sense,
they weren't even on board with this Joker movie in the first place. I think Todd Phillips had to really beg to get this done.
But I mean, Todd Phillips has gone on record. He's like, don't come into this as a comic book thing. You're going to be disappointed.
Right.
He's even said that. So,
and they're going to make other movies like this too, where they
if it's a huge hit, you know they're going to do a follow up.
Right. But you know, again, I don't feel like. I don't think Warner Brothers knows where they want to go with anything. I feel like they're just like throwing out ideas now. Like, oh, let's try this, let's try that.
We need to have Kevin Feige come over from Marvel and give them DC
and do reshoots.
They need to
I am glad that they, as of now, have decided to keep Ezra Miller as the Flash, because that was up in the air.
At least have some consistency with the
characters that are there. That's what I'm saying. Like
Aquaman,
if they restart recasting main characters, then you might as well start over, because I hate that. I hate that.
Well, you know, Ben Affleck is done, so it's like.
Well, I know. That's why it's like they've kind of backed themselves in a corner. But like, you know, the Miller films are in the past, so that's okay. But what are they going to do in the future? It's like, oh, he just looks different.
Flashpoint? Isn't that the thing they're thinking?
Yeah, that's the thing, but I don't think they could ever pull that off correctly in like a movie theater movie, because that's like a large scale thing.
But what you want? I mean, would you want the Jared Leto Joker to continue?
No.
Exactly.
I know, that's the thing. But the Joaquin Phoenix Joker isn't in this universe, so.
But there's got to be a Joker somewhere, right? That's an established franchise or something.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why it's like they need to
just get Mark Hamill.
I don't know now. Like I just don't know. I don't know how they're gonna pull this off. I really don't.
You want to end the stream now and continue talking about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
everybody who's watching, commented, thank you. Thank you for watching.
For stopping by.
Yeah. Bye. Say goodbye. See you next time when we talk about whatever we're talking about. All right. Adios. Peace.
Peace out. Peace.